Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Tuesday's action in the Icons of Darts Live League. This is quite something, this lineup today, and after looking at it this morning, I got very, very excited because I don't think I've seen as stacked a bunch of players as this in all the time that we've been playing over the last 4 months. I think today, Thursday and Saturday, when these guys play, it will be very, very exciting.
25.
We're starting off with K.BARRY and M.WARBURTON, Wales against Ireland. And we do have representatives from many a different country today. Warby from Wales, Keane from Ireland, Boris from Russia, and then we have 3 Englishmen in Scott Mitchell, Martin Adams, and Stephen Burton.
93.
Bit of a change of scenery for K.BARRY. He was playing in the kitchen from his 18th birthday, in which he got a second spot on his 18th birthday, and then went on a bit of a run to get 3 consecutive daily titles. But then he was playing in the kitchen.
99.
Now he looks like he's playing in the trophy room. Well, one thing we know about K.BARRY is that even at the tender age of 18, he needs quite a big trophy room.
97. 96, sorry.
$95.
Keane doing the right thing, going downstairs on 309 there. And if you've got an idea about who's going to win today's league, you may be more informed than me, because you could pick anyone from this 6 players. It was a very, very tight league yesterday
94.
where Scott Marsh won on 6 points, eventually got to 8, of course, with his last win of the day against Fallon Sherrick, but didn't need that win in the end. But Warby
Game in 3.
starts with a 144 out. If that's a sign of what we're going to get today, this could be the best day of Icons of Darts Live League that we've had. K.BARRY sitting on a Shanghai 20 finish and doesn't even get a look at it. I will say one thing: if M.WARBURTON lost that dart shirt,
180.
he wouldn't have any trouble finding its owner. It's like the M.WARBURTON matrix on that shirt. Quite the design. K.BARRY at this early stage
60.
of the game is up against it because Warby looks pretty sharp. He has had a bit of a break from the Icons of Darts Live League. A few players have, because of the World Match Play being last week, but Warby hasn't taken part for a few weeks now. And that little bit of a break might have just
40.
fed the hunger inside him, which I do know is very, very strong.
100.
Keane's record, however, in these leagues has been quite sublime. He's always in the top half of the league, never disappoints. But Warby, is he going to go for the ball? Probably shouldn't.
89.
And doesn't. That was the right call. Leaves the 2 darter just in case Warby has a little bit of a stutter. It's double 16.
24.
And has that stutter right there to give K.BARRY the chance of taking the 83. 16 for Bull.
58.
Was not far away. Throughout the course of the day, I'm not really going to call a lot of Keane shots because if he throws that fast, he doesn't give me time to call them.
Game in 2.
Well, he does get a 17 dart hold of throw there. Well, that was a break, sorry. just get the feeling that this group is going to deliver something special. And if we are going to get that third 9 data from the last 4 months, it could come from this group of players.
100.
The only person to have taken part in the PEC Summer Series will be involved today, Thursday and on Saturday. That's Scott Mitchell. He joins us at 11:45 British time, and his first game will be against Warby. But Mike Warburton will stay on the board after this one to play against B.KOLTSOV, who joins us from Russia. And it is the responsibility of the likes of K.BARRY, Warby and B.KOLTSOV, who finish before the other guys, to post a total that the others have to chase.
58.
It's been a very steady beginning to this game from Mike Warburton.
137.
And you can see he's trying to just play his own pace and not be embroiled in a really quick battle with Keane.
59.
It's very easy to be drawn into a fast game by the young Irishman, and most of the players today will try and temper themselves. No shot double 16 for the 106, but with Keane way back again, he has a bit of time on his side. Keane hasn't really found his range on that treble 20 yet. Has struggled for scores,
Gaming 2.
but Warby's not struggling. It's another 17 darter there for a 3-0 lead in no time at all. Again, he's struggling on the trebles. And this is a tremendous chance for Mike Warburton to get a big win to start his day. It will inflate his confidence. When he gets good starts to campaigns, his confidence will swell very fast. And he might take some stopping. A lot of people would probably predict a Wolfie win today, or possibly a Scott Mitchell win. You cannot count out the likes of KOLTSOV and Warburton, who have multiple titles. In fact, the only person who doesn't have a daily title out of this 6 players is Stephen Burton. He's someone who I wouldn't discount either.
60.
Hasn't really found any sort of marksmanship in the 2 treble range in this game, K.BARRY. So there is room for improvement.
60.
But the scores like that from Warby is giving Keane a bit of a foothold. There is that first treble. There's the second one. And that's better. But can Warby take another 144? He's already had one at the start of this game. The answer is no.
96.
It's a good setup, but it may be too late.
Gaming 1.
It was too late, and finally K.BARRY gets off the mark. This game may be just beginning. Well, we're going to see a plethora of different rooms today. Warby in North Wales. It's a very eye-catching room that Keane is in there.
100.
Littered with silverware. I swear, if K.BARRY wasn't in the shot, I would say that room belonged to Rory McIlroy or Evander Holyfield or something. It's very impressive. Is he starting to turn the screw a little bit here, K.BARRY? Is he finding his range after a slow start? The average has not improved,
100.
but he's getting closer to what Warby is doing.
49.
And the action just looks a little different to me as to when he was playing shortly after his 18th birthday and he had that little blitz of 3 consecutive daily titles. I think his
140.
starting position of his dart in front of his eye is a little further from his glasses. So he may actually be working on something with his game. He's going to have to get cracking because Warburton on throw here is favourite to go 4-1 up.
60.
K.BARRY will require a little bit of magic here.
86.
He gets enough to take him to the 2-dart range, but he will need a further mistake from Warby.
36.
A mistake that comes. There have been a couple of missed doubles in this match. It could have been over by now, potentially.
48.
He did not like that shot at double 16. It was way inside. Warburton has been very fortunate that Keane is not able to take advantage. And Warby gets that second bite of the cherry, which most of the time he's not going to relinquish. 4-1 to the Welshman. And it could be damage control here for K.BARRY now. In a group that is as stacked as it is, it could come down to leg difference at the end of the day.
95.
Yesterday in the points table, it was just borderline bizarre that so many people were in with a shout at the end of the day. And it was even stranger that Scott Marsh actually won it. After playing his 4th game at around 1 o'clock British time.
139.
All of the points were spread around. Scott ended up on 8. 2 players on 6, 2 players on 4, and Sherrick on 2 points at the foot of the table. But she didn't play poorly yesterday. If it's anything like that today, where the points are spread around, it could be very exciting. Ton needed to leave a finish. Or the 97 leaves the 170.
140.
It'll be the perfect way to finish the match. Now the question is, can Keane keep it going with this brilliant 140? Oh, he was very, very close to getting that second dart in. Mike will be livid that he's got 110 here and not something less.
58.
Not going to get it. And if Keane is going to start a fight back, it has to begin here with this hold of throw. That's what he gets. 3 more to go, and you cannot say that he can't do it. I've seen some crazy results over the last few league days. I think back to John Brown being 4-0 up and losing 5-4. He recovered very well after that through the course of the day, but
81.
that one result cost him a possible title. Warburton has regressed. He is
140.
gone from about 100 average after a couple of legs down towards 89. Lost his range on the treble 20, but has recovered somewhat in this leg.
100.
Is this his best chance of getting the job done? Very, very good indeed. Doubles up on the 140s to leave himself 121 for the match. But K.BARRY brings a maximum to the table. but has to wait to see if Warby can hit double 14.
93.
One match start is gone. And if Keane takes this 140, it's game on. He went for the treble 16 because the lie wasn't perfect, because his darts do land flat. I think that was the right play, but it's missed. And Warby has not missed double 14. That was a very good game to start our day. That is the entree to what we're about to receive. But Warby will stay on the board, and Boris Koltsov will join us from Russia to see what happens in game number 2 as Warby takes the first 2 points of the day. On we go with today's live league, and it's a very warm welcome to B.KOLTSOV, who returns to Icons of Darts live league action. He has decided to stick with the lack of hair, and
25.
the beard has been trimmed. Interesting to see what kind of form Boris is in after a break. Boris has been one of the heaviest hitters in Icons of Darts live league action over the last 4 months.
Outside. All the best, Mike. Have a good game.
All the
He's
best,
going to have
boys.
to break Warburton now after losing the bullseye. And he can't approach this game without talking about one of their previous battles, because it gave us the highest combined game average that we've seen.
180.
Are we going to be in for it again? What a start from Warburton.
134.
That game that I referenced, Boris averaged 116 and won the game over Warburton, who averaged 110. So the combined average was around 227, and nobody's come close to that since.
119.
And Boris is having a love affair already with that treble 19. He's at 4 of them in 6 darts. There are certain players that you play against where you feel ultra comfortable. And these two, when they play each other, you get the feeling that
100.
it's going to be good. Warburton obviously doesn't feel uncomfortable playing against someone who is drastically faster than him. He's just missed a 161 in the first leg. That was for a 12 darter. And Boris can't take the 148. Oh, he slips into the treble 4.
70, 80 score.
Well, after the miss on the bull for the 161, he gets the revisit for the 25, so it's double 8. He's fortunate that that didn't hit the double 16, and he sneaks it into the bottom bit of the double 8 to take that first leg. Here's Warburton thinking, this is my day. I'm the one who's going to post the best number.
100.
I feel somewhat fortunate with the 5-2 victory over K.BARRY in game 1. Average 92, that's decent. It's something to build on. But he will want more from himself than that.
60.
Started that game very well as well, starting with 144 checkout. You got to think that someone is going to beat that today.
100.
Someone's going to pop in a 161 or a 170. It's bound to happen with these players.
100.
Steady away in this leg, which was started by B.KOLTSOV.
100.
They are toying with each other. Same scores. A 60 and 2 tons.
125.
The ante has been upped by the Russian. Can Mike call that bet? Or can he raise it?
100.
He can't, but he does get into the finishing zone. Well, that first start is a disaster. Single 12 to lead tops, or 20 for double 16.
54.
He's done the right thing. In my opinion, he is very good at double 16. The first double that you hit in a match, or indeed in a day,
43.
that is the settler. Can Boris get that? First time of asking.
Game in 1.
Yes, he can. More signs that this game is going to have plenty of legs, and possibly a a few sways along the way.
60.
Well, if you're watching from around the world, I'd like to welcome you to the coverage today. If you're
96.
a first-time viewer, or indeed if you're a regular, we thank you for your company. Whether you're in the UK, somewhere in Europe, or indeed somewhere around the world, why don't you get in touch with us
83.
and let us know where you're watching from, and indeed how you're watching, because you can watch this action on your favoured bookmaker site. You can
57.
watch on the Motorsports YouTube channel, or indeed their website, dartshop.tv. And you can now watch via the Online Darts YouTube page as well.
97.
So don't be afraid to get in touch. Modus Darts 180 on Twitter, or indeed myself at the Asset 180 if you have any questions,
140.
or if you have anything to say, please keep it positive. Well, this is a Mike Warburton throw, this leg,
180.
and you get the feeling that it's under serious threat. They were toying with each other at the start of this leg, but then Boris goes 140, 180 to leave himself on double 14
137.
to look at a very unlikely 13 darter from the first 6 darts.
1.
But there you have it, a blitz-like sprint to the finish in that third leg for the first breaker throw in this match. From the man who has the best curtains in darts. I'm yet to see any better curtains
100.
in online play. Having said that, I think Warby might have the best wallpaper.
140.
Warburton now has back against the wall.
59.
KOLTSOV knew by losing the bullseye he needed to break Warburton at some point. Now that he's done that, he will expect to hold from here and get a win of, say, 5-3.
85.
And for the neutrals out there who don't have any favourites in this group, I'm sure that will make it more exciting if KOLTSOV was to get a win like that to stop Warburton from being undefeated in the first 2 games. Very poised, very focused type of player.
121.
Doesn't rush his darts. He's what Chris Mason would call an aimer. I completely agree with that. Chris having his last day on holiday, and we'll be back with you and the coverage on Thursday, and we'll also do Friday and Saturday with you.
Oh, come on. 84.
He slips into the 5 with the last dart. It's not the worst dart in the world. Still in the 2 dart range.
59.
And it's not as bad as it could have been because Boris couldn't get a treble there. So 54 left. Tops
83.
and breaks immediately back. Great stuff from Warby. Both players averaging in the 90s, and Warburton is levelling out for the day at around 92. The better average of KOLTSOV at 96 is
121.
almost meaningless at this point because Warburton is now favourite now that he's got his throwback.
140.
Well, I, for one, am very much looking forward to welcoming Martin Adams back. His first game of the day will be at 12:10 British time against K.BARRY. Before that, we will welcome Scott Mitchell. And Stephen Burton will join us. He will be the last player to play his first game of the day
100.
at 12:35. Everybody plays 5 games in this format, and it is first to 5 in every game.
60.
So 5 is the magic number. If you can get 5 wins, you win the day.
91.
That's the ideal scenario, of course. But I'm sure it's not going to be that simple.
$60.
Well, Warburton has left to finish, but he will have wanted to be much further south than that. 170 possibility.
98.
Second dart just came out a little bit late, or a little bit light. Could have 3
100.
consecutive breaks of throw in this match if Boris can take the 72. Well, it's going to be 14 bull now.
4. 38.
I have to say that wasn't his best effort. Warburton was lucky that K.BARRY didn't catch fire early in his first game, and he's lucky that Boris messed up that 72, and he's taken advantage of on both occasions.
140.
Is he going to be the opportunist today and take advantage of some people's rustiness? Some of these players might have had a sizable break in between their league action. Scott Mitchell was saying a little earlier on, he had to take a sizable break after doing the summer series. A very tiring thing to do, playing 5 consecutive days.
$85.
Don't forget that some of these guys also have jobs. They'll be working one day and playing the next.
177.
Well, Boris gets a 177. Tremendous darts to leave a very favourable 152 out, which will be to equalise the game.
100.
He does have 6 darts for it. It's very easy to read Boris KOLTSOV sometimes. You just don't even have to look at the board. You have to look at his lips
128.
to see whether he's hit his requisite target. It's definitely not a bad leg. 140, had that 32, and then 177, 128 to leave 24. It's a great leg if you can finish it off.
2.
Which he does in 14 darts. And the reason his average is higher is because the legs he's winning them by a distance. His 97 average is 5 more than
100.
that of Mike. It's not reaching the heights of their previous encounters,
134.
but they don't write averages on trophies. This is about points. This is about Warby trying to get 4. This is about KOLTSOV trying to stop that and get himself to 2. I get the feeling we're going to have this kind of intensity all day long. Whereas KOLTSOV will stay on the board after this, no matter what happens. And he will take on K.BARRY.
60.
100.
It's a great ton from Boris. That bed was borderline blocked. Found his way through and is first to leave a finish. What can Warby leave?
60.
He knows that that 60 is not enough. 57. Just missed.
139.
But again, Boris leaves a double after 12. He's upping the ante. And Warburton just can't live with the scoring power of Boris KOLTSOV
59.
at this point. To break, it's double 7.
In 3, sorry.
Had to be really, really aggressive with that third dart, and it was pinpoint. Another breaker throw for Boris, but this one could be more important because he can now serve for the match?
43.
Not the ideal start, but we've already seen a leg in this match from Boris where he had one dodgy score and the rest of the leg was pretty much perfect.
100.
That's what Warburton's going to give you. Consistency, tons. The odd 140. Going to
100.
mix it up with a few bigger scores now and again, but he is very, very steady. He makes you work very, very hard.
100.
Again, another ton. It's like playing a robot.
100.
He's not far behind. He's only 43 behind here, the Welshman. If he can just find the 140.
85.
He's going to have to settle for the 85, but that 60 was begging to be hit again.
140.
And he has been punished. Boris will have his first chance to win the match. And knowing Boris quite well, I think he'll go 18s first.
45.
He's got 6 darts for it. Well, that's 3. It's a good job he's got the bonus visit coming up, because that leaves 96.
Score.
And that really is a disastrous visit. It was not very well measured. And he knows he should be sitting on a double with 3 in hand.
59.
He's been let off the hook. Single 16 for the first match dart.
56.
Just came out a bit loopy without enough pace. And if we want to go to a 9th leg, this 112 has to go. Very, very possible. Measures the single 12 for tops. Oh, it's not
2.
far off.
Sorry, 72.
Possibly a millimetre too far north of that wire.
In 2.
And KOLTSOV takes out double 10 to get his first 2 points to equalise Warby at the top of the table after a couple of games, admittedly. But Boris is going to stay on the board now and he's going to take on K.BARRY. Can K.BARRY join the 2-point party? We'll find out in about 5 minutes. Welcome back to game number 3 of today's action. And the young man on your screen right now, K.BARRY, is the only player to have played the game and not got points yet. So maybe he can make things more interesting. If he does get 2 points here, that means we'll have 3 players on 2 points after 3 games, which will make for a very exciting day. Let's face it, we don't want anybody to run away with it today. We want to have a close fight all the way to the death.
That's right. Well done.
25.
Keane is going to throw first here.
All well, Barrett. Okay.
I think I just noticed on Keane's right arm that he has some kinesthetic tape on it. I wonder if he's got a little injury or a little niggle going on, and that tape is just a sign that he's
45.
maybe strained something. Something that dart players do use now and again if they have something go wrong.
80.
I myself have used that quite a lot over the last few years, unfortunately. But it does work very well
59.
when your arm is needing to be used quite a lot. K.BARRY retrieving a dart that bounced off the wire. And with a hardwood floor there, he will have to be careful.
134.
The last thing you want is the point or the barrel to hit the floor at an odd angle and snap a piece of equipment.
140.
I'll be hoping that doesn't happen, but he has started this game more buoyantly than he did in the first game against Warburton.
59.
It's fair to say this game will not be slow. Both players very, very swift.
57.
Keane's got 6 darts from 94, so plenty of time.
42.
Doesn't like that visit. Don't blame him. Not leaving a double from 94 is a miss.
100.
He's on notice now. He can't afford to miss this 52.
Game 3.
And doesn't. That's a good tidy up job. And gets the first leg on throw.
100.
I have to admit as well, when you see K.BARRY wearing shorts playing darts, it's a nice feeling.
59.
It's a nice change. When the weather is lovely to play darts in shorts. I did it a couple of times when the weather was steaming hot in the south of England.
180.
And it's a bit like going out on the golf course with shorts on. It's just a nice change.
59.
I take it the weather in the south of Ireland must be rather warm today.
93.
It's all about Boris in this leg though. It's his throw. He's the one who's had the maximum. And he has a very healthy lead to take care of leg number 2.
45.
48, sorry.
K.BARRY gets a 140 here and he will ask a question.
140.
Does get the 140. This is not a gimme for Boris. Double 5. Oh, it's a good shot. A very good shot because Keane was lurking there on that 103.
100.
This is the beautiful thing about darts these days for me. You look back 30 years and you had games
85.
England versus Wales, England versus Scotland, Scotland versus Wales. You get the odd Irish player.
100.
You have a few people from overseas, the likes of Terry O'Day from Australia, maybe Russell Stewart from that same part of the world, Bob Seneve of Canada, Paul Lim, who
60.
represented the United States around 30 years ago. They were seen as brilliant ambassadors for international darts, but we have more ambassadors for international darts now than ever before. Seems like every corner of the globe has a darts ambassador, and
134.
without doubt, Boris Koltsov is the #1 in Russia. How long will it be before K.BARRY's the #1 in Ireland?
134.
I think it's his destiny to become that.
140.
Great 140 from Boris there. But 109 for Keane.
Came in 3.
Oh, he's found it. He's not just found that shot. He's found his mojo in the last few legs, because the first game didn't go to his liking.
140.
This is more like it from Keane.
Yeah.
I have to say as well, looking at where he's playing today, it looks like he's playing in Spanish Villa or something. It's very exotic.
100.
The advantage of throw in this match has been very important indeed. Every time Boris has had the throw, he has used it wisely.
91.
And he's not making many mistakes. He's left that 170 a few times already today.
80.
He keeps leaving it. I think he's going to hit it at one point today. It's not going to be this occasion.
58.
But I like that switch to the 18s on the third dart there, because the single leaves 112 as opposed to a single 20 leaving 110. If you get 2 pops at the treble 20 here, you're leaving double 16 as opposed to double 15, but he's gone the 18s route just to rebuff me.
96.
He does find himself in the bottom left corner eventually. Keane struggled on the scoring in this leg.
57.
Lots of scores like that. And maybe he's thinking about the next leg already.
2.
And should be, because that leg is in the book. 2 legs all.
140.
K.BARRY will have expected a 140 after that first start, because that one was picture perfect, whereas Boris gets his picture perfect first start and only gets a ton. You may think that the perfect dart
92.
for any dart player is the middle of the treble 20. Well, that is not true. For K.BARRY, it is the middle portion, but at the bottom of the segment.
60.
For Boris, it's the middle, but it's the upper half, so he can stack them underneath.
121.
They're showing 2 different styles of fast play.
60.
Just because your darts land at a certain angle doesn't make it wrong. Just remember that. Of course, you don't want your darts to land in the board straight, but if they lay down or whether they are upward,
59.
like Boris's, use them. Use them wisely. Keane for tops.
Came in 3.
I've used them very wisely. I'm not sure he was going for the right side of that double 20 bed, but it worked.
81.
Every single leg in this match has gone with the throw.
57.
I was talking yesterday when Fallon Sherrick was playing one of her matches about how ladies' darts has almost been forgotten through the global pandemic.
57.
We can't forget about youth darts as well, of which K.BARRY is one of the biggest players in the world.
60.
We also can't forget about the Challenge Tour, which I'm sure will be looked at by the Professional Darts Corporation. But these tournaments have become very important for people to stay sharp, because their usual schedules have been
45.
obliterated. K.BARRY's making a
140.
move. This is his first big opportunity to break the Boris throat.
180.
In order to do it, he may have to take this 107 though. That's a great 180 from BORIS.KOLTSOV. Double 16.
Gaming 3.
Oh, it's wonderful. Absolutely pinpoint. Great timing. K.BARRY has turned up in this game, whereas he didn't really in game 1. Only averaged 86 in that match.
59.
In this, he has upped it by maybe 5 or 6%.
139.
KOLTSOV now has to win 3 straight if he wants a perfect 4 points from his first 2 games.
140.
Keen's making that very, very difficult for him. Like I mentioned at the start of this one, if Keen wins, we have 3 players on 2 points after 3 matches.
125.
Which is the ideal scenario for the neutrals watching on, but also the ideal scenario for someone like
58.
Scott Mitchell and Martin Adams and Stephen Burton, who are yet to join us. It means that nobody has gone into the distance.
59.
This lead today is going to keep us on our toes, calculating all of the different permutations.
58.
Yesterday was bad enough. Good darts from Boris till he's 78. He will get a crack at that. If he's going to beat Keen,
22.
he needs 2 breaks of throw. This would be the first one of those 2.
In 2.
Oh, how short was that? No doubt in his mind. 1 break down. Now it's 1 hold and 1 break.
100.
Does show a little bit of emotion, BORIS.KOLTSOV, but when he needs to
93.
stay placid and stay focused, he gets into this bubble, which is almost impervious to pressure. I definitely wouldn't want to play cards against BORIS.KOLTSOV, that's for sure. I persevered on the 60 there. Maybe it was the wrong call.
140.
And his opponent has closed the gap.
90.
I get the feeling that Boris maybe should have looked at the bull of the 25 on that last dart. But he's found himself on a very doable out. But this is now possibly the last shot that he gets. Double 5.
Oh, 125.
Oh, just came out wrong. And Keen can win the match right here.
54.
Oh, I had a glance at the scoreboard after the second dart. Maybe his brain just works a lot faster than mine, but I wouldn't have done that.
No score.
And Boris is disgusted with that visit as Keen comes back. So solidified 2 points. Has to take a breather.
15.
And has a nightmare on double 5 himself. So Boris is getting away with it.
Game 2.
Finds it, and we're going to a 9th.
All that bars.
All the best in that leg.
Match darts have been missed.
140.
How important is it that Keen won the bull? And how important is it for his own confidence after missing match darts that he starts 140?
100.
When you're in this situation, you start 140 ton, you think, I'll take that most of the time. maybe the 140-ton start.
81.
Putting the 81 on top of it has just been too strong for Boris to handle. No trebles
100.
until the 9th dart of this leg.
One, two, three.
Oh, Keane glanced towards the 57 there very quickly, but then changed his mind in motion and gets the 60 to leave 57. He's now looking at 2 more match darts
Game in three.
and finds a 5-4 victory. Well, today is going to deliver, isn't it? Because we have 3 players and they're all on 2 points. Now Scott Mitchell comes into the fold to try and make that 4. Will that happen as he plays Mike Warburton? We'll have to find out as we go into that game next.
down there.
Welcome back to today's action, and we are finally poised as all three players have 2 points who have taken part so far. But now we have a fourth person in the mix, and that is Scotty Dog, Scott Mitchell, who joins us with the big cans on his ears. I wonder if he wears those big cans when he's on the tractor, making farming look cool as usual. And of course, making dogs look cool. I would call him a cool cat, but he's a cool dog. And in the plethora of dart shirts that he has in his collection, today is the quintessential pink and black. He's not looking for 13 points in snooker terms, because obviously a pink is worth 6 and a black is worth 7. The only amount of points he's looking for today is 10,
100.
which is 5 wins from 5. But it all has to start here, as Warby is playing his third game of the day. Interesting fortunes.
100.
Comfortable 5-2 win over K.BARRY. Took advantage of somewhat slow start from the Irish youngster. Average of 92 in that game.
140.
In his follow-up, he did regress a little bit against B.KOLTSOV. Did have chances, but Boris was just a little bit too strong in that one. Mitchell has had a little bit of a time away from the game since playing in the Summer Series as one of the Challenge Tour alternates. Just had a bit of time to rest up, recharge, and what's been
81.
a very busy year for him, playing a lot of Icons of Darts live leagues. Lots of work on the farm as well, of course. Doesn't matter what you do and how much you love it, you have to take a break from it. So maybe Scott has done the right thing. $140 will be perfect here. Can he squeeze that third dart in between?
100.
Not quite. Mitchell is short on that first 60 shot. Has not been able to get under 100 there. Bit of a surprise. Warby tries to climb the ladder to tops.
Gave me 3.
Does a wonderful job of that as well, to get an early break of throw in 15 darts. Just having a micro chat with Warby before the game. He said, "This is a very interesting group, isn't it?" And I concur.
40.
No matter where you look, there's a blockbuster game, really. Next one I am particularly looking forward to. K.BARRY against Martin Adams. It'll be great to have Martin Adams back. And I'm sure it's been good for Martin to rest a few things. He's played a
43.
lot of darts over the last 4 months. Had a little niggle with his foot and his arm. So I'm sure it's been good for Martin to rest up and recharge and get ready for some future challenges.
81.
Can you imagine if Scott Mitchell was to win this game and Martin Adams was to win the next one
97.
and Stephen Burton was to win the one after that? We'd have 6 players on 2 points.
58.
We've been very close to that scenario on a couple of occasions. And it wouldn't shock me one bit if that was the case in today's action.
140.
Warburton is definitely playing better than Mitchell in this match so far. there is roughly 20 between them in the averages.
140.
Mitchell is starting to warm up a little bit. This is the difficulty for someone like Mitchell, who is playing someone who's already played 2 games today. They're already warmed up. So they've got to hit the ground running. Double 13 for Warby.
In 3.
Oh, that's fabulous. Another 15 darter to maintain that 100 average for the game. Looking very, very comfortable. This is going to be one of the more deliberate games of the day.
22.
In direct contrast to the last one, where Barry and KOLTSOV went at each other for 9 legs, and it didn't take any time at all. These 2 players
100.
take a little bit more time with every dart. You've got to find a pace that suits your liking.
21.
And it's about whether you like it as well. Should never play faster or slower because someone else tells you to. If you want to play at a slower or faster pace, you do what you want.
140.
Warby's got the bit between his teeth in this game. He's playing very, very consistently.
85.
And a win in this game would allow him to hit the front in 4 points. He's getting better. 2 15 darters. He's now looking for an 11 or 12 to inflate that average even more. Has to go for this 81. Very much like the last leg. 19 treble 12 double 13. Well, he doesn't think that Scott Mitchell's going to take the 170. That's very, very cunning. It will have made Scott Mitchell want to hit it even more.
16.
But it's a very, very dicey game he was playing there. He's got away with it this time. It's double 10 for 14. Double 5 to keep the 15 dart streak going.
30.
And maybe he shouldn't have left tops and gone for the 12 and bull, because he could get bitten now.
78.
Well, he hasn't been. He's dodged the bullet. Now he's got that tricky double bed at the top of the board. Double 2.
6.
He will be livid that this leg could be lost right here. Should have been 3-0 about a minute ago. Double 8. Mitchell has his own troubles on the doubles. Double 2 for the Welshman.
Gaming 2.
Finds it. Eventually, we can say his average slips to 90, but it shouldn't detract from the fact that Warby has found a 3-0 lead and has got 2 breaks of throw in the bank already.
100.
Every game is going to have its peaks and troughs, of course. Just a question of how big the peaks are and how low the troughs are.
100.
I've never seen a game that was an even keel all the way through. One of the best games I've ever witnessed
100.
was from Vincent van der Voort on the Pro Tour. And it was an unrecorded game before the era of Dart Connect or
26 a good
the
low.
averages being streamed or anything like that. And he had a 6-0 victory with 5 12 darters and an 11.
40.
One of the best performances I've ever seen.
$100.
From a scoring perspective, this has been one of the steadiest I've witnessed in the last few months. Warby's been very consistent on that 20 bed.
60.
Decides to stay on the 20s there instead of utilising the 25 and bull to lead the 2 darter. A somewhat old school approach.
100.
Well, why does Mitchell not gone 25 and bull there? I have no idea. Warburton will look at double 16 now for 4-0.
75.
Was
85.
not far away. But as to why Mitchell didn't go 25 and bull on the last dart on the previous visit, I don't know. That's not the kind of mistake he usually makes. Maybe he forgot about the position he was in. That is something that does happen when you haven't played darts for a couple of weeks. Double 4.
8.
He's having a few dramas on the doubles at the minute. And he's getting away with it.
$58.
Double 4 then. That's a perfect guide. Or is it?
4.
Well, well, well. Mitchell will think, how am I still in this leg? Warburton should be in the distance.
36.
But he can still get it. And he's back at that double, which he got in the previous leg.
Game 1.
And it's been good to him once more. 4 points for 4-0. And if Warby can get a third break of throw and a 5-0 victory here, not only will that improve his point score, but it will definitely vault his leg difference
180.
into the possible day winning category. And Mitchell has finally found his first maximum of the match.
Oh, 121.
I really thought that Warby was going to answer that 180.
$140.
Well, Mitchell can't miss now. Maybe now that the pressure's off a little bit, he can let his arm flow through. And Mitchell doesn't usually wear the big headphones when he plays. Maybe he's just taking a bit of time to adjust to this new piece of kit. Most of the players have been using earbuds or small earphones. Aaron Monk, of course, was a big advocate for the large headphones, but then he is
100.
part of the younger generation and does like the big cans. Doesn't have to go 12 in bull here, Mitchell. Does get a shot at double 16 for the leg. But his doubles have not been at their best. For the first time in the match, though, Mitchell has a missed dart and a guaranteed next visit.
100.
It's been his best leg of the match by a mile. But he needs to hit double 4
12.
and doesn't. And Warburton has his first opportunity to close this out. Single 20 for a clean tops.
60.
Oh, just shoved it a little bit. It was a bad shot. He couldn't rescue it with his shoulder at the end. But double two is getting a pounding in this game. 3 legs in a row, double two has been hit. And you don't see that very often. Mitchell will be relieved that he has not been defeated by 5 legs to 0, but he's had to dodge 1 match start already.
100.
Will he have to dodge more? I was privileged enough to watch Scott Mitchell playing at the Summer Series. He had a game with Simon Whitlock that was a joy to behold. They were pummeling the scores, averaging north of 100 the whole game.
125.
And in the end, Simon Whitlock missed 2 ball finishes and 1 single number in the last leg. That's all he did wrong in an 11-leg thriller.
100.
And Mitchell took it a bullseye finish in the very last leg to nick it. And to say that that was one of the best games of the Summer Series is a bit of a statement, considering what happened there. I think the
60.
Gerwin Price Devin Peterson match has to go down as the best game, with Devin losing with 113 average. But I don't think I'll ever forget that Mitchell Whitlock match. It was stunning.
$97.
Good switch. Tricky finish coming up though. We'll have to start on the 19s if he chooses to do so, because in this match so far he has utilised some different options. If he wants to utilise the 2 visits, he can look at the 61st. He's got the 57, so 62 left. Now we can line up a favourite double. He's left tops. That's a nice visit. Mitchell needs a treble to leave a finish. By not getting it, Mike has got time. I don't know whether this is a good or a bad thing, because he tends to hit doubles when he's more under pressure.
Give me 2.
But he's got the double 10 for the
Thanks,
5-ball
Scott, mate.
victory, and he is your league leader. He is the first person to take it to 4 points. I'm not going to make the noise like I did last night, but Wolfie's back, and he's going to be playing K.BARRY in a few moments' time. And he's back. It's the Wolf. And he's after another title. He's had a bit of a break, but he is back in action. And it's great to have Martin Adams back in the Icons of Darts Live League.
Yeah, that's a bullseye.
It is a bullseye.
8-2.
And Martin's going to start this one off to try and
Yeah,
join
one
the
of us
party.
can have a good.
The only person who has played and not got points yet is Scott Mitchell, who has just lost 5 legs to 1 to Mike Warburton, who was the first person to 4 points.
That's got it. 24.
No matter what the situation, Martin has gone through it with the Live League in the last 4
97.
months. He has been the man posting the numbers. He has been the chaser. He's been involved in days where he has dominated.
82.
He's been in close battles where he's had to win by huge margins in the last game. He's had them all.
80.
So it's going to be a very interesting day. It's going to be an interesting week with this bunch of players.
60.
I think the question on everybody's lips right now, though, is what kind of match form are people in? Well, one thing we do know about Keane is that he started a bit slowly against Warburton in match 1, but then got better against B.KOLTSOV. His average actually
60.
increased by 2 to 88 in the second game. Even he would admit that that wasn't a complete performance. It was about hitting shots at good times. Well, right now,
There it is. 180.
he's going to have to hit the 44 now as we get our first sung 180 from the Wolf. Double 16.
28.
Doesn't get double 8 either. And Adams was out of this leg until that 180. Gets the bull. Gets the 13. Can he get the 32? Oh, he can't.
Yes, 79.
That would have been some 6-dart conversion of 275.
Jesus. 8.
Keane's having trouble on the doubles early in this one. And you can't afford to offer chances to
Game in
Wolfie,
1.
because that's what he does. The only bright side there for K.BARRY is that it wasn't his throw being broken. So minimal damage, really.
$95.
K.BARRY was born in 2002.
100.
Martin Adams was playing at the top level more than 10 years before Keane was even born.
140.
It's quite incredible what we find in this great game of darts. The age gaps between certain players. It's bad enough that we had Gary Anderson and Dimitri Vandenberg in the match play final on Sunday, and Gary's not far off being double the age of Dimitri.
45.
We're in the golden era of having some of the seasoned talent from yesteryear, like Wolfie, like Anderson, and others around that 50 mark, still playing at their best right now, as well as the next generation coming through. This is a fabulous time to be involved in the game and to be watching it. K.BARRY.
No score.
Has more trouble on the doubles and offers a bonus shot to Wolfie.
$40.
He doesn't take it.
20.
Keane does not take tops at the second time of asking. Martin was expecting the call of game in 1, 2, or 3. And he's not going to say that about himself either,
41.
as he misses the big single. And we'll just have to figure out why we're not getting synchronicity with people's throws. We're just going to figure that out and we'll come back to you. Sorry about that little interlude. Seem to have had
Game and 1.
a bit of a technical problem, which we have now rectified.
Love it.
And K.BARRY has returned to take out double 10 and equalise the score at 1-all.
55.
So it's as you were, really. It's now a best of 7 game as opposed to best of 9.
60.
I can testify that it's a very difficult thing when
140.
there was a technical issue in the middle of my last World Championships where the lights went off. A very unusual experience. You can't foresee some of these things, but you have to adapt as a dart player. And if this format of the game has taught us anything, it's that darts is very, very flexible and very
44.
adaptable indeed. It can be played in many different spaces, many different countries,
97.
and not in person anymore. You can play over this wonderful thing called the internet.
Oh, my life. 41.
It's not just being played in Europe as well. There have been lots of competitions going on, but
26.
the Icons of Darts Live League was the first big hitter. At one point, it was the only live sport in
60.
the world at the start of the pandemic. And the players are very, very grateful that this
94.
league has been started. Don't forget, if you have questions and you'd like me to answer them on the air, please don't hesitate to get in touch. It's at the Asset 180 on Twitter.
100.
K.BARRY looking at double 7. Double 3.
Game and 3.
Well, he obviously loves double 3. The way his darts do sit, I'm surprised that he went 1-3-3, but it's not the first time he's done that.
100.
There was a time shortly after his 18th birthday where he had 9 left after missing a double 9 on the inside, and he went for the treble 1 to leave double 3 and hit it.
60.
So watch out. If he can leave double 3, he will. Remains to be seen whether he likes double 3 as much as Richard Ashdown does.
140.
The great referee and master of ceremonies, Richard Ashdown, known for his
100.
not so tall stature, does love double 3, and we call it the Ashdown double. Richard, a very good friend of Martin Adams, of course.
60.
Don't get that far from each other in neighbouring counties. He's not as sharp today as he was a few weeks ago, so he's having to find his game in spells and trying to figure out what's working and what is not.
140.
This leg is working for Martin.
180.
That visit is working for Keane, who has left double 2. But he might not get a look at it.
45.
Oh, he's going to get a try. He's going to get 3 darts for 3-1.
Game and 3.
Oh, he's found it, and you can see why he leaves those bottom doubles. You can see that if he goes underneath, he can stack them on top of each other and find a way, as long as he doesn't go too high. So it's been double 3 and double 2 to the
60.
rescue in the last 2 legs for him to take him to 3-1 ahead.
58.
I get the feeling this game is very far from over, though. Keane just toying with different ways of addressing the board and different rhythms. And as a coach, I can
60.
see these small differences, and it makes me wonder, is he trying to find something, trying to find a different rhythm that is more comfortable? Or is he just tinkering? I remember being an 18-year-old and wanting to try everything, different stems, different flights, different darts, different
180.
rhythms, trying to mimic different players. Martin Adams has not mimicked anybody in his career. He's just done his own thing. And that throw has not changed much at all in the last 30 years.
Oh, that was a downer.
Well, there's the one.
81.
That one collided with that first flight and just veered into the single one. It's not a disaster because he had to hit it at some point.
43.
And Keane is a bit exasperated by this leg. It just hasn't gone to plan. The plan is tops,
Game in 3.
and Martin finds that wonderfully
Cheers, mate.
to get back within one. I said this game was far from being over.
44.
You can see that Keane is not happy with something. Just not comfortable with his game today. He hasn't looked his ultimate best. So maybe
180.
with Martin starting to find his range on that treble 20, he might be in a bit of trouble. But as the week progresses,
83.
Keane may get stronger and stronger as he gets more competitive repetitions. Four perfect darts.
100.
Narrowly missed out on the fifth. It's never a good sign when a dart player says their own name to themselves. Martin's not like that. He doesn't tend to use his own name to tell himself off.
140.
We do have to remind ourselves that Keane's only 18 years old. The experience he's gaining right now will be invaluable later in his career. But Martin is going for the bullseye option.
56.
I'm not entirely sure why, because Keane's north of 170. Maybe he just fancied the 12 darter.
65.
The mind of a dart player. It's a closed box sometimes. Double 8. For a level game,
21.
he's missed. If Keane can hit this 128 now, this will be a dagger to the heart of Wolfie.
63.
Didn't get the 60 he needed for the bullseye out. And it's Martin's turn on double 2,
Game in 2.
which he converts to be level after 6. This has been a very topsy-turvy return to action for Wolfie. We've had an interruption in the game after a leg and a bit. He's been 3-1 down. Now he's 3-3. Oh, how we've missed him.
60.
We've missed them all, in fact. Like Keane, Mitchell, KOLTSOV, Warby.
43.
Don't forget about Stephen Burton, who joins us next to play his first game. Martin is warming up now.
121.
He's starting to get more two treble visits than any other time in the game.
81.
And Keane is wrestling with his frustration.
140.
And he is in real trouble now because Martin has got his range and is using it.
35.
In Keen's win over KOLTSOV, he was forced to perform in the 9th leg. He was up for it and deserved that win.
80.
From 3-1 up, he has been picked apart, really. And he's going to have to work even harder if he wants 2 more points in this one. He's going to have to win the final 2 legs, by the looks of it.
$60.
The setup shot is good from Martin. And you don't expect Wolfie to miss that tops.
57.
To take the lead.
Game in 2.
He has the lead. And we'll have 2 chances to get the points. Is Keen about to be snapped into action? It's a good start. For me, this is always going to be a tight game. Because even though Keen has got a win under his belt, it hasn't looked as sharp as so far today. And Martin always seems to prepare well, even when he's had a break.
83.
So I thought they were meeting in the middle. And the averages for me don't tell a full story. 85 for Martin. Just under 80 for Keen.
140.
But Martin's average has been climbing. That's been the trend over the last 3 or 4 legs.
3.
Well, that dart must have slipped out of Keen's hand. Is he having issues with his barrel slipping out of his hand maybe today?
60.
Still in a prime position here.
3.
And it's just got better. If Keen can convert the 60 left and take us to the 9th,
140.
he will be in his second 9th leg shootout of the day,
Game in 2.
which he is now, but he doesn't have the throw in leg 9 like he did before.
Yeah, reverse fight.
I have to say, even though Keen has not performed at his best in this match, he's had some real low points. But the way he performed in that 8th leg
100.
just goes to show how much belief and mental strength this young man has.
59.
That was a great 14 darter from K.BARRY. Martin's going to do what he does. He's going to ton down.
100.
He's going to maintain pressure. This is what he does in last leg shootouts. He forces you into the mistakes.
42.
And he's already got an advantage of a ton. Doesn't get a ton this time. Keen needs 60s.
41.
And they're not coming. The points on his darts, feeling allergic to that treble 20. And Adams is gobbling it up.
140.
He's going to have many darts at this 101. He can take his time, get himself to the winning line. Will it be now?
69.
Well, he has left all 16 after 15. It's a very strong leg. He's forced Keen into many mistakes in this final leg of the contest. But it's up to Martin now to finish it off.
Game in 1.
which he has done in no time at all.
She
Wolfie's
is
back,
killing.
and
Good
Wolfie's
game.
back with points as well. He joins the race, and there are 2 other players on 2 points, K.BARRY being one of them. The only person not to get points so far is Scott Mitchell. But Boris Koltsov will now return to the board to take on Stephen Burton for his first match of the day. Back to the action, and it's time to welcome Stephen Burton to today's action. Good news for Stephen is that nobody has really gunned into the distance. Nobody has made it to 6 points
25.
before he plays his first game. So he can work his way into today's league. First job is to try and get 2 points away from Boris Koltsov.
$140.
This, very much like the K.BARRY match, which was Boris's last match, will not be slow.
5.
Stephen is sneaky quick. This game's a bit like a kid's TV show. It's Bertie against Boris.
100.
She's got the ring of a kid's TV show, isn't it? Bertie and Boris.
140.
In the age of social media, something like a YouTube show. Let's hope it serves up a treat, though, as Stephen Burton has come out of the blocks very well here.
95.
$81 left with one dart, and leaves himself on 62 and awaits the response from Koltsov.
100.
That's not bad. Another 15 for double 60.
62 and 3.
Finds it right in the corner. Nice start there from Bertie.
96.
It's going to be a very fascinating afternoon. We have 2 more games before the short interval.
134.
And it will be Stephen Burton who plays the first game of the second session. That will be against K.BARRY, which will definitely not be a slow game. But after this one, we have M.WARBURTON, who returns for his 4th game of the day to take on Wolfie. A great opportunity for Warburton to get to 6 points.
134.
But let's focus on this one because they are not hesitating in getting to the hockey.
130.
They're playing fast, furious, and active, accurate darts. This is my kind of game.
71.
That's Boris's kind of visit.
100.
Both very good challenge tour players, of course. We've won challenge tour titles. That's a real miss from Boris.
In 3.
Followed by a great hit on the 3rd dart. He was at the double, then he was having to set up the double, then he finally got to another double and hit that one.
100.
So fair play to the Russian for getting there eventually, but I want to forget that shot at tops for a while.
100.
$140.
Stephen Burton looks rejuvenated after playing a few live league for the World Match Play and indeed for the Summer Series. Hails from Suffolk, of course, beautiful county. That's the county where Damien Lewis lives, famous British actor.
55.
Famous for his roles in Billions and in Homeland.
140.
Outstanding natural beauty in that county, as well as having a very good proximity to the capital. Probably why it's so popular.
60.
My colleague Dan Dawson would also say it's the home of Andrew Gilding, so that would probably be top of the list. Double 10 for Stephen.
80 and 3.
But he gets double 5 on the switch back to the north. And this has been a very good performance from Stephen so far, averaging 104.
140.
We haven't had a ton average yet today. Best winning average so far has come from Boris Koltsov, actually.
180.
in beating Mike Warburton with a 94. So Stephen Burton is upping the ante a little bit here.
140.
He's turning the tap on.
$55.
Even with that 180 start, Stephen Burton is
95.
in a bit of trouble in this leg. He's 140 adrift.
140.
He's not anymore, as he equalises the score after 9 darts. Bullseye for Boris.
101.
Same equation for Stephen. This is for 3-1. He's not going to get a shot because he goes into the small
42.
3. Boris gets the reprieve that he wished he would get after missing the bull and takes care of 25 like it's very easy. That's the thing about good dart players. They make it look easy when in fact it's very, very difficult.
180.
Another maximum for Stephen Burton. And if you
96.
blink, you are going to miss this game.
$100.
He looks very comfortable today. But Boris has done a very good job of keeping Stephen Burton
40.
at bay.
$81.
Stephen Burton could realistically be in the distance right now. And you have to give Boris a lot of credit for that not being the case,
171.
as he gets a maximum downstairs to make his move.
100.
Now what he needs to do is convert this 94, and this will change the spectrum of this match. Great lie for the bull.
41 left.
Oh, I can't believe that he missed it by such a margin. It was dying to be hit, just snuck under that first start, but he couldn't find the line.
Into.
And Burton takes advantage. You can tell that he wants this. Maybe Stephen Burton woke up this morning and looked at the players in his group
96.
and said, maybe I am the underdog today because I'm the only person who hasn't won a daily title. Maybe I can sneak under the radar.
100.
And trust me, this week, this group of players, this is going to be a league win that people will remember.
140.
Because it is heavily stacked with talent.
$99.
Both players have got to be quite creative to get to a finish from their numbers.
60.
Boris did the wrong thing there, going for the 60 on dart 2.
98.
Even did the right things, just fell short on that last dart. Honour's pretty much even here in a leg
97.
that is way more important for Boris than it is for Stephen. This is what I like to call the turning point leg.
100.
It gets Stephen within 1, and it forces Boris to be perfect from there on in.
43.
It's the same in every single match play match. There's always a leg that always seems more important in this format. It always seems to be the 6th leg.
80.
Stephen misses double 12 to get that 6th leg in the bag. He now has to rely on Boris missing double 8,
16 left.
which he has. Double 6. Double 3.
3 left. 21.
See how much he was trying on that shot. KOLTSOV needs 2s,
14.
3 splits, and Stephen needs 3. A good 1.
1.
And a miss on the double. It's gone from brilliant to bizarre. And look at that. A wave of the hand from the Russian as if to say, how have I won that leg? Stephen's now got to somehow recover from the disappointment of
81.
missing that opportunity.
$59.
Well, everybody at Modus Sports would like to thank you for your company, not
96.
just today, but throughout the last few months as well. It's been great to entertain you. We hope you like our new score graphics,
6.
which for me look very similar to a Hungarian flag.
100.
We were, of course, the
40.
first online league to get cracking in lockdown, and we were the first to have the 2-camera setup as well.
93.
We're always looking at different innovations to try and improve for you, the viewer.
180.
That's an improvement from B.KOLTSOV, though, to leave double 13.
57.
No setup of tops for Stephen, and he's in trouble now, as Boris sets up double 8.
18.
Oh, but that's a huge miss. Stephen expected to lose that leg. Can he carve out a chance to steal it?
34.
The answer is no, or in Boris's language, niet.
1.
But that is a dar. And a choke mark for B.KOLTSOV to get to 4-3 up, and now he can serve it out. After Stephen Burton had done so much of the right stuff,
140.
he has been pegged back. And if Koltsov can convert this leg for a 5-3 victory, he'll be within touching distance of Mike Warburton. He'll have the same points, and the leg difference will only
100.
just be 2 behind him. Have the last couple of legs, knock the stuffing out of Stephen for now.
100.
Boris looks ominous.
Oh, God.
Tremendous darts there from
162.
Stephen Burton. A 162 to set up the 140 outshot. Really good approach. But it might be all she wrote.
97.
Not quite. Oh, is he going to get it? Double 10.
Ah, 130.
Oh, what an effort that was. Trying to do the Rob Cross 302, slightly different way, but Koltsov will have a match start at tops
In 3, sorry.
and takes it.
Good up.
What a game that was. Burton didn't do a great deal wrong at the start, but then he just wavered a little bit and Boris took advantage and he gets to 4 points. Stephen will have to wait to see if he can get to 4 at some point today, but that was the game of the day so far. Mike Warburton and Wolfie will serve up our last game before the mini break, and that's coming right up. Welcome back to game number 7 of today's session, and we've just seen the highest average of the day from Stephen Burton, but unfortunately it was a losing average as Boris Koltsov got his way to a second win out of 3 from
All the best,
the
Matt.
first half of today's
All
play.
those, Mike.
We have this one last game before the mini break. We will find out where we stand after Mike Warburton's 4th match.
25.
25.
Outside. Have a good game, Martin. All the
And
best,
you,
pal.
Mike, have a good one, son.
Martin is
All
going
the
to
best.
throw first in this one. And Martin is undefeated after one game, which went all the way with K.BARRY.
140.
Is it going to be another title for Martin? Or potentially another title for Warby? He's going to be the man to potentially set the pace. He finishes his
140.
campaign first. His last game of the day is at 2:30 British time against Stephen Burton. He will then set the target.
60.
Can he get to 6 points? Can he get to 8 points? That is the question.
$140.
Mike was just saying off the air how tight this league is, and he's absolutely right. Mitchell and Burton yet to get off the mark, but both players still have 4 games to go.
140.
A lot of players in this group
100.
at a similar level today. A lot of the averages have been in the late 80s. But you anticipate some better stats this afternoon, potentially,
85.
as people warm up a little bit more. The game we've just seen with Koltsov and Burton, for me, was the best game of the day so far, quality-wise. But
Game in
Warby
3.
gets himself a 121
Thank you.
to start this game off, and that is very, very tidy. Not the first time today that he started with a ton plus checkout, because the first leg of the day, out of everybody, he took a 144.
140.
He looks in menacing mood, as the man from Wales. Will be someone who doesn't lack confidence. It's a
40.
very key thing in a sport where you can't get any help from anybody. Even in boxing, sometimes you've got the corner. In golf, you've got the caddy.
100.
Unless you're getting advice from the kids or someone else in the household, you're on your own in this one. That's why it can be so frustrating. It's not going your way.
59.
On occasions, people like Martin Adams and Warby, of course, will have gone to darts festivals in places like the Isle of Man,
135.
Selby in England, to play in ranked events which have doubles competitions, mixed pairs competitions. So you do have the help of your partner, but the
140.
majority of the time you're on your own. It's not a bad thing at the minute for Warby, because he is not missing much. Hasn't had a score in this match so far under a ton
58.
until now. Needs to leave the finish
56.
and doesn't, and Warby's got time. Double 4.
Game in 2.
This is very good.
Thank you.
12 darter, followed by a 14. And he hasn't missed a double yet. He's got equally the best points so far.
140.
And he's got the best leg difference so far. So he's in command. But he is at the mercy of what other people do as well, because he has lost a match so far. He's lost to KOLTSOV, which could be key. Let's not forget, if the points are the same for two players and the leg difference is the same for those two players, it will come down to who beat who.
60.
100.
That's better from Warburton. Had a bit of a stutter at the start of this leg, but has recovered to get himself back in it. We'll have to trend in that direction again. But Martin seems to be slipping on this occasion.
78.
But performs a nice rescue job with that last dart 60. Mike's in the kind of mood where he wants to win every leg. He's not going to surrender anything. He was fortunate in his last match, only averaging 86, but a 5-1 victory against Scott Mitchell has put him in a very strong position today. He was great on his doubles early in that match, but then started to lose his range on the outer ring.
180.
Well, he's lost his range in this match maybe twice in 2 visits. Because apart from that, he has been absolutely sublime.
60.
This is a high-level performance from Warby, who looks at tops.
Game
10 now for a 15 darter, and his average has come down after that leg to 110. We know he can sustain this kind of level of performance. I mentioned when he played Boris KOLTSOV earlier that they have got the highest combined
180.
average from a match where it was 227. Well, Mike played like this in that match and it wasn't good enough to beat him.
140.
It's a question of whether Martin can get any sort of foothold in this match, because Warby's been
140.
irresistible so far. He will leave a finish again after 9. How small will it be? Very small.
140.
Very small indeed. Martin will feel bruised and battered in this game so far. He may not have played at his
60.
premium, averaging 86, but Warburton has been in another stratosphere. Double 16 for an 11.
Game in 2.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
And his average climbs back to 116. And he is 1 leg away, potentially, from breaking the Icon's record.
85.
If he can get this done in 12 or 13, for me, he's close. 12 gets it done. 13, and he's close.
$100.
Well, someone has given him a pep talk after his last match. Fair play to them. I tip my hat to you. Because it has worked.
100.
if he can negotiate this match 5-0 with 5 visits in this leg,
120.
it's going to be a very, very big average. But I am really hopeful that he's going to break that record.
100.
We had a blitzing performance from Scott Marsh a couple of weeks ago. He averaged 114.
60.
Oh, it's going away from him, and now he just has to focus on the win. Unless Martin takes this leg and Mike gets another crack at a really short leg,
41.
the record of Boris Koltsov will be safe.
$85.
He needs a finish, and he will get a crack at it. He wouldn't put it past him, because he has had a 1-4-4 and a 1-2-1 today.
59.
Two treble 20s for double 8. Single 16.
96.
Leaves himself on tops for the match if Martin Adams misses this 1-1-6. That's essential 60. Essential 16.
Game in 3.
Oh, and a picture perfect 1-1-6 there. Textbook stuff. Mike's average goes back down to 110. And if he wants that record, he's going to need an 11 or a 12. But I think that's far from his mind right now. After Martin gets himself off the mark, I think he just wants the points, which is the right attitude to get in this spot. $100. If you think that players know what they're averaging when they're playing well, you'd be wrong. They have no idea when they're playing this well. They are oblivious to what their stats are, unless they're looking at their screens, which they shouldn't be. You do wonder when they're looking at the Dart Connect system on their tablets. 100. They can see a number that reflects their match average. You just wonder if Warburton knew he was on for that record and whether it put him off in that 5th leg.
100.
Hasn't put him off in this leg, as he's established a lead of 121. $140. Looking for the perfect 140 setup here.
$55.
Not able to leave anything really doable. Might not even get a shot at the 125. Oh, can Wolfie take the bull? 136. Oh, he can't. What an effort. But that bullseye is where Mike will be looking at right now. Bull 25 bull. That's the 25, so he needs 60 for tops.
65.
You can't count Martin Adams out at any point. Double 8 to keep it going. Game in 2. This game is not over. Martin's averaging 90. Mike is averaging 106. Averages are lying right now, and they're almost irrelevant because Adams is serving now to get within 1. He is only 1 break of throw 85. Away from winning this match.
$45.
They always say the last leg is the hardest to win.
55.
It's so true. It's even harder when you've got to shake a wolf off.
100.
The game has somewhat plateaued for Mike Warburton now, since the brilliance of the first four legs.
$140.
Adams seems to be finding a little bit more fruit. And he's very, very hungry. This is better.
140.
Answers the 140. Another one from Wolf. Oh, what a good game this is. Enjoying this so much. I hope you guys are too. Is Adams going to have to take this 81 out?
180.
Very likely that he is going to have to take it. That's 9. So 72. He's not a double-double kind of guy. And you have to give
41.
Warby a stack of credit for that 180 to set up 36 for this match. You put all the pressure on the Wolf. Now he just has to full stop it. But only has one dot left.
18.
He's missed 3 for the match. Can't afford to do that against Adams. Double 10.
Game in 3.
Oh, it's a big dart. It's a third dart conversion. Just when Warby thought he was going to get another visit, he doesn't, and it's 4-3. Averages went down in that leg. Adams down to 88. Warby down to 105. But Wolfie's the better player right now.
140.
How much is Mike Warburton thinking about those 3 at double 18? You cannot ask for a better scenario
60.
than 3 darts at a double for a match. You can't ask for more than that. If you do, you're just greedy. If you miss all 3, then there is nobody to blame
60.
but yourself, unfortunately. That's the nature of this sport. I've had to wear that blame many, many times.
121.
But it's up to Warby to respond and try to give himself another chance.
43.
I mentioned before the last leg that Martin Adams was only 1 break of throw away from winning this match himself. He managed to get that hold in the last leg. This is the break opportunity.
60.
Warby's not in the distance. He's only 98 ahead.
Oh, 140.
Adams has 140 to set up the easier of the 2 finishes. And he's going to get a try.
140.
That's a massive 140 from Warby. He is saying, over to you, Martin. What have you got? Well, he's got a 60. He's already had a 116 from the textbook. Open said textbook. Oh, he
78.
misses a 118. It's 3 more darts for the match for the Welshman, whose average has been over 100 the whole way. Double 5.
Game in 3.
He has got it.
Oh, mate.
He somewhat walks through the tape in a blistering game. It could have been an Icon's record average. It wasn't, but it's still a great performance and a fantastic match. Warburton goes to 6. Adam stays on 2 points, and this afternoon we will look at all the different complexities. So go and have a break, as we will, and we'll see you at 20 to 2 British time for the next part of today's Icons of Darts Live League. Welcome back to the Modus Sports Icons of Darts Live League, and hang on to your hats for this one, as both of these swift players will do battle to see if they can increase their points tally, and in the case of Stephen Burton, get off the mark.
25. Outside.
Bullseye.
K.BARRY will throw first in the odd numbered legs, and he's had a bit of a tumultuous day so far.
93.
He had a very good ninth leg win over B.KOLTSOV earlier on this morning, but he started slowly against M.WARBURTON, who is our halfway point leader in the standings. And then he genuinely had a great opportunity to take out Martin Adams, but Adams had a good crescendo at the end of that match and managed to snag the 2 points away from the young Irishman. And if Keane is to get on level terms with M.WARBURTON before he plays his last match against this man, Stephen Burton, then he has to win his 2 remaining matches against Stephen and Scott Mitchell.
57.
It's been one of those days for Keane where he's been searching for something.
59.
It hasn't come naturally to him today, so maybe he's using today as a bit of a mission to try and get back to form. And every dart player, every sports person has days like that.
84.
Well, Stephen did not utilise the 14 there, went for the treble 8 to lead tops.
81.
But he's found his way to tops anyway. Against the darts,
40 and 1.
a very, very good start to this match for Stephen Burton. One of only 2 players in today's cluster that is not off the mark yet. We will have Scott Mitchell joining us for his
99.
second game in the next match against Boris. More frustrating times for K.BARRY. Lots of scores of 57 and 58 today.
40.
Even for some of the best young players in the world, it does take days like today to remind them that nothing comes easy. When you're playing well, it seems like the easiest game in the world.
96.
But there are days where it's very, very hard to get your rhythm. And that's what makes it so much fun.
140.
It's the search, it's the journey. And the journey is only beginning for young K.BARRY.
Yeah.
As for Stephen's journey, it's had its ups and downs in the last couple of years. He
100.
has made his debut at the PDC World Championships via the last chance qualifier,
98.
but hasn't got a permanent home on the tour at this point in time, and is earmarking that for next year more than likely.
40.
Oh, just above tops on that shot, and can Keane break straight back? Double double. Oh, wasn't far away. I'm not sure that Keane knew exactly what he wanted to do if he'd missed that double 18, so that treble 20 on the 92. I think there was a little bit of hesitation as to what to do next, but it has been punished by Burton, who takes another shot at tops for a 2-0 lead.
$59.
You wonder if Keane is really hungry to get himself on the Pro Tour at the tender age of 18, or whether he's happy just to sit back and maybe focus on the development tour when it returns. I think that might be the most prudent thing. You don't want things to come too quickly. You want him to build a profile and build confidence for potentially a long
85.
career. In the case of Stephen, he wants to get on tour as soon as possible and then solidify a place on the Pro Tour for a number of years.
78.
He's probably looking for some sort of muse as to who he could emulate.
140.
And I think someone like Steve Lennon potentially is the right kind of muse for Stephen Burton, someone who plays a very placid type of game, doesn't show a great deal of emotion,
48.
wants to find himself in that sort of 35 to 55 mark, but Stephen Burton on tops
117.
again, just misses out on that big out. And Keane is dodging bullets
Came into
and finds that 54, which was vital. So close to being 3-0 down.
60.
That would have been the highest finish of the day. That belongs to Mike Warburton, who had a 144 in the very first leg of the day.
57.
Darts is also one of those sports that is
97.
very difficult to play when things aren't going very well in your life. It's a hugely mental game.
140.
Over the course of the last few years, top level professionals have looked after their mental health better than ever.
96.
But there is still work to be done about maintaining a good spectrum of
94.
help within the game, and the Professional Darts Players Association are doing a great job of looking after that. That for me is going to make the players even
96.
better going forward in the next decade. No double on the
98.
end of the 150 plus checkout this time, but Keane can equalise with a 112. He went for the treble 18 because the 60 was blocked. The 54 would have left him on double 19. Stephen Burton needs double
20.
16 and misses. Keane is getting very, very fortunate here. Tops,
Came in 3.
finds it. Lethal on the outer ring from K.BARRY. It's a strange old game, darts, because Stephen Burton misses tops for 3-0, and now it's 2-2. That's why people love to watch it. It's why people love to play it. I said it was a mental game. I mean that in more than one sense.
$140.
And like I said at the start of this match, they're not hanging around.
100.
You do wonder if K.BARRY does
140.
get into the professional ranks and finds himself in the elite, who will be his rivals?
140.
Will he strike up a rivalry with the new match play champion, Dimitri Vandenberg? Will it be someone like Luke Humphreys? Could it be someone younger than him, someone like Nathan Kerr? Could it be Leighton Bennett? Could it be someone else? As Keane just undercooks the top shot for the 106. And Stephen, via 3 140s, finds himself on double 3.
18.
And his doubling has let him down in the last few legs. He could easily be way in the distance.
I'll score.
And unbelievably, he's getting another shot at double 3. This game has all been about missed doubles. Oh, that's really clattered off the first flight and just ridden it into the single. Double 5. And more missed doubles from both. And this is a key leg. If you're going to miss on the first one. And that's why, because you still have a shot. You can't miss big on double 3 on dart number 2. Look at that sigh of relief from Bertie. By hook or by crook,
136.
he is in front.
$97.
It's never dull when K.BARRY plays,
97.
and as a matter of fact, it's never dull when Stephen plays. His game with B.KOLTSOV was a great game earlier on today. At the time, Stephen had the best average of the day, and it was a losing average of 97. That has now been surpassed by the 101 winning average of Warburton in the next game against Wolfie. But the averages for Keane make not worrying reading, just a bit troublesome for today.
88.
86 he started with, then an 88, then a 79. So there are improvements to be made.
100.
This is all experience for the young man. Tops for Stephen.
In 3.
Gets it on double 10, and he is 4-2 ahead now. Looking to get himself off the mark. And a loss here for K.BARRY takes him out of the race for today's title. The best he would be able to do with a defeat here would be 4 points.
99.
The next game is hugely important for today's title because KOLTSOV will play his penultimate match
50.
against Scott Mitchell. And if he fails to get the win there, M.WARBURTON is in a fantastic position.
81.
Average for Stephen here is in the mid-80s.
60.
Early in the match, it was way north of that.
$58.
137.
That's a great visit. 2 trebles to get to a finish first in a leg where if he wins it, he wins the match.
58.
And he could have 6 from here.
92.
It's a good setup. Didn't like the lie of the 60. Didn't want to go there for a double 14 shot, but K.BARRY just misses that second 57 to have a shot at the bull to save the match. But it's out of his hands now.
48.
And Stephen misses 2 match darts at double 4. Can Keane stay alive? Double 10.
72.
He makes it look so easy all of a sudden. What a strange old leg that was. Missed match chances from Stephen Burton, and Keane pounces without hesitation.
47.
Always said the best players in the world make this game look easy. And at times, K.BARRY makes it look simple. MVG was definitely like that. Still is like that.
99.
Phil Taylor, all the time, he was just so statuesque and flinging darts like they were feathers.
140.
Burton looking to carve out another match-winning chance. Doing a good job of it right now, 120 ahead.
97.
But that has been cut into that lead.
60.
He's Keane making his move.
100.
Needs to break here and then hold in the last leg to snag the 2 points to keep his hopes alive, his faint hopes.
52.
He's not worried about the top of the league at the minute. He just wants to win the match.
Yeah.
But it's up to Stephen again. 98. Double 19.
65.
Oh, he did get a shot at it. And that's 3 match darts that have gone now. Can Keane have another 2 darter or a 3 darter
Sorry, 60.
to take us all the way? Nope, he can't. And surely Stephen will split this.
In one. Sorry.
Well, I'm wrong. That was aggressive and it was accurate. That's the most important thing. Stephen Burton gets off the mark for his first 2 points of the day, and K.BARRY is no longer capable of winning today's title. However, Boris Koltsov can. We'll see how his challenge continues against Scott Mitchell coming up. go again, and Boris Koltsov rejoins us for his 4th game of 5. And if he wants to stay in touch with Mike Warburton at the top of the league, this could be a must-win game if he wants to top the table at the end of today's play. Scott Mitchell has had a break
All the best, Scott.
of a good couple of hours. Did not get off to a flying start this morning, Scott Mitchell. Only averaging in the
96.
mid-70s and losing 5-1 to Warby. But with 4 games remaining this afternoon, if he can fix what went wrong this morning, who's to say that he can't rebound and get the 8 points that Boris and Mike are looking to get
100.
themselves? But more urgently right now, if Koltsov wants to stay on a par with the Welshman, not just in points, but leg difference, he has to win this one by 5 legs to 1 himself.
98.
Well, earlier on, there wasn't much to be positive about with Scott Mitchell's game, but
85.
he has had a little break after the summer series just to focus on stuff at home and having a bit of a rest himself, and I don't blame him for doing that.
40.
He did say he felt a little bit rusty in that first game. I think there's been a lot of that lately. But Boris is looking at double 7.
115.
And finds himself on possibly an unlucky 7 when he returns to the board now that Scott can't take the 167.
131.
It's the next best prize though. Double 1.
In 3.
Finds it. He was fortunate that he didn't hit that double 5. That was precariously close. That's the beautiful thing about the wires on a dartboard though. They can separate mediocrity from a disaster.
180.
Second 180 for Scott, and he's definitely found his range on that 60 better than he did earlier.
180.
And looking at the way Boris is playing so far, he may need it. Now that Mitchell is the only person not to have points on the league table, that will bring its own motivation. But it also brings its own pressure. Because nobody wants to be there at the end of the day at the bottom of the table, but
92.
Mitchell shakes off that single 12 with the first dart, which obviously slipped out of his hand. And he ends up getting a decent score. That happens to everyone.
100.
Even professionals, even world champions have the odd bad dart. He's got 107 left with 1 dart. And fires a beauty in there. A lovely floated shot to leave 50. He can now choose a 10 or an 18
7.
and go at a double of his choosing. Double top for the big man from Dorset. Two missed doubles. Very similar to what we saw earlier. No shot.
56.
Out the outer ring for Boris. Failing to get that treble 18 on either dart 1 or dart 2. And Scott gets the revisit. Double 5.
10.
And Boris will be thinking, why am I coming back for this?
In 3.
but he has not said no to that little present. That's the way darts is. You cannot be sympathetic to your opponent. You can't give them chances.
45.
And if they give them to you, you've got to gobble them up. There will come a time when you play the same person again and they'll want to get you back. But a third 180 from Scott Mitchell. Second time he has started the leg with a 180. There's nothing wrong in that department.
60.
Just the outer ring that seems to be evading him at this point in time. I'm sure Scott Mitchell will be keeping his ear close to the floor and to all of his
140.
contacts within the game as to what happens with the PDC season going forward, because he was given an invite for the summer series, being atop the challenge to our Order of Merit, because of the likes of Damon Hetter and Kyle Anderson not able to travel to the UK for the summer series, and others choosing not to come, like Crystal Reyes. So if more events like that are going to take place, Scott Mitchell may get another invitation as he shakes his head at Boris Koltsov, who is just obliterating that 60 in the last couple of visits. Is it just one of those days for Mitchell where everybody seems to turn up against him? 16 for tops.
56.
Oh, he had to divert his sight just to see if that was in. He was blocked by the flight. He was hoping it was in, but it wasn't. Even though Mitchell has had 3 180s, he has been second best most of the match.
Into.
He is now 3-0 down, and 3 of the legs that he's lost mean that he is losing ground on everybody by the leg. He was in a very similar position against Mike Warburton earlier and was only able to get 1 leg in the bank by the end of the match.
60.
If he loses this game big, he will be out of the race, purely because of the leg difference, you would feel.
100.
But he will persevere. The one thing when playing Scott Mitchell is that you don't get
40.
anything from a sound perspective on the other side of the game. I've played him many times in the Icons of Darts Live League, and all you can hear is a monotone scoring machine, predominantly hitting big stuff.
25.
And it's very, very difficult to gauge what kind of emotions he's feeling.
140.
And right now, you've got to think that he's writhing inside because he's lost 1 game by a big margin, and he has been backed into the corner in this one as well.
36.
Well, it's a good leave, but it's not what he wanted to leave.
100.
Both on very large outs. There's been a few 1s today from Scott.
81.
Cuts the score almost in half. And that was the one who earlier said that
46.
nobody would fail to beat the 144 checkout of Mike Warburton from earlier. Well, nobody's really scared a bigger one, apart from Stephen Burton, who wired a 157. Oh, and the bullseye's missed for the 89. This 115 for Boris is for 4-0. It's tops,
Tops left.
and it flies over the top of said double bed. Needs a single 3 now after missing the 9. Well, well, well. He said he was rusty earlier. He may still feel that way.
In 3.
As Boris flicks his eyebrows up when he misses tops and goes to 10s without fail. And he is 4-0 up. A 5-0 victory here
40.
for Boris Koltsov, and he will go top of the table with 1 game to go. It will then be up to Mike Warburton in the next game against Stephen Burton to post the total for Boris to better. And then it's up to the others.
60.
In the grand scheme of things, this is a nightmare result for Mike Warburton because Boris is catching him by the minute. Effectively, he has caught him right now. But he still has to get that last leg in the
55.
bank. Is it going to come down to the fact that Koltsov beat Warburton in game number 2 of the day? That could be key.
100.
Advantage Koltsov, who gets to a finish first.
$97.
Great switch from Scott, but is it too late? 76 off that is
94.
70 left. He's left 52, which is one of those numbers where you have so many options. If he wants double 18, he can go single 16. If he wants double 16, he'll go single 20. If he wants tops, he goes single 12. Lots of choices. The choice is double 16.
In 3.
And it's a 5-0 win for Boris Koltsov, which takes him to the pinnacle of today's league. Warburton is now in second, and he plays his next and final game against Stephen Burton coming up. This will be the one where he posts the total. Can he win this last game to post 8 points? He'll have to find out in about 10 minutes. Welcome back to the action. And for the first time today, we have one of our players who will finish their campaign, and it will set the target.
All the best,
All the
mate.
best.
Currently,
And you, buddy.
Mike Warburton, who's playing Stephen Burton here, is on
Outside.
6 points with a leg difference of +7. That is 1 leg behind Boris Koltsov, who is on the same amount of points.
All the best, Mike.
Have a good game, pal.
In the words of Mike Warburton off the air, the last result for him was a disaster. Well, that's very true, because it has put Boris Koltsov at the top of the table and pretty much forced Mike Warburton to win this game against Stephen,
60.
who will feel better about his chances here after getting a 5-3 victory over K.BARRY just now.
60.
Stephen Burton could play spoiler here. And don't forget that if he can get the result here, he could stop Warby from winning the league. We would
42.
improve his chances of winning it himself.
Okay.
He's lost a game and won a game. So he can
40.
still get 8 points. Boris Koltsov's last match will be a position that Boris knows very well, having to win a match potentially to win
45.
the league. He's been jostling for position with Martin Adams for months.
82.
But Mike needs to get going. In his last match with Wolfie, he averaged 101 in that 5-3 win, and that was the best we've seen today. But for most of that match, he was averaging near an Icon's record of 116. It came down
137.
in the 5th leg. In that last leg, or in that 5th leg, sorry, if he'd have got 12 or 13 darter, he would have broken the record.
59.
But there was a point in that match where Wolfie was seriously threatening whether Warby would win the match at all.
87.
Craving a 1-3-4 here.
75.
Only gets 75. Looking for the 60 to lead tops and gets a 1. There's the ball. Double 16 shot.
63.
Wasn't far off. Fine effort from Stephen Burton. Two double tops potentially. There's one.
Oh,
Oh, the second one
59.
was just too high.
Oh, come on. 24. Joke.
Well, Stephen Burton will rue those chances potentially now. With Mike sitting on tops
either one.
and gets the leg in 22 darts. Sometimes it's not just about hitting the
140.
heights of that game with Martin Adams just before the lunch break. It's about eking out those ugly legs like that one, where you get unexpected chances.
140.
26.
If Warby wants to start the week, his week, with a league win, he has to post a total that Boris can't topple.
1, 2, 3.
If, for instance, Mike Warburton was to win this game 5 legs to 4, he would be on the same leg difference as Koltsov. And if Koltsov just won his last match against Wolfie, that would be enough. But if there is distance between Warburton and Burton here, in a win for the Welshman, then we
60.
have to start looking at permutations.
40.
Great darts there from Stephen. It's been an excellent leg. 3 great visits and a 26.
One, three, four.
Can he convert the 55?
Game in 2.
Oh, that's a fabulous leg of darts. A 14 darter with a 26 in it. Try and do that when you're practicing later on. That's difficult. I love seeing legs like that because darts sometimes isn't just about
60.
4 tons and a 101 or 3 140s and an 81 out in the bull. They're the legs that we see all the time, and we love to see them, don't get me wrong. But I like to see legs that are a bit different. And that, for me, from Bertie, was a bit different. A 14 darter with a 26 in it. That's for the darting hipsters, that one.
60. Come on.
It's a bit like those legs you see where you can't score for toppy.
98.
And then you find yourself on something like 170 and you ping it at the very end. It comes from nowhere. I love this game.
100.
Steady ton from Mike, who has not strayed from the 20 in this third.
$97.
Good use of the board there from Bertie. He's a good counter. He's very creative. He utilises very different options now and again, but the way he left that 167, I applaud it.
60.
A lot of the time when you play players like Stephen Burton, you don't get to see their creativity. But this is very conventional. He
135.
misses the bull, and that's a great miss. If you're going to miss the bull on a 167 and your opponent is not on a finish, you'd much rather hit the small 18 than hit the 25.
100.
And this is now for the leg win.
In 2.
Tremendous. 2 14 darters in a row from the Suffolk man. And he's now got the lead. Stephen Burton can be
174.
classified as very, very streaky. And right now he's on a hot streak. If he was more consistent, I think he'd be a threat
81.
in the top 64 in the world. He has his own style, a pronounced stance,
85.
the pinky finger out, very much like Eric Bristow. But he's very hard to beat. And Mike Warburton is finding that right now.
95.
He hasn't found his consistent treble 20 range in this match so far, and is fighting for the
134.
possibility of topping the table. If he loses this game, Warburton, he then needs KOLTSOV to lose against Wolfie. And the likelihood is 6 points will not be good enough.
100.
But it was yesterday. And that was an education for me. Even though Scott Morris got to 8 points, when he was at 6 points, it was enough to win the table.
Uh, 100.
Too many times Warburton has been waiting
81.
for Stephen Burton to miss, and he just isn't missing right now. 3 legs in a row for the man from Suffolk, and he has converted all 3 in 41 darts. That is world class. And the only reason his average
99.
is at 97, not more than that, is because of the dodgy first leg, which he let slip.
60.
Since then, he's been irresistible.
Uh, 83.
Welshman has got to do a resuscitation act on his league-winning chances now.
99.
Not only is he fighting to just win this game, but the best he can do from his leg difference point of view now is +10. Actually, that's +9.
45.
He'd have to win the next
Alright.
4 legs in a row against Stephen to do that.
40. Come on.
Just getting this leg will be a good start, as Stephen seems to have lost his confidence in the scoring department for now.
100. Oh, sorry, 60. Check.
Correctly utilising the 18s,
77.
but pulls that one drastically into the 5. The 60 would have left the 170. No major damage done yet. I'll say yet because that 60's been pounded.
40.
Should have been a shot of treble 18 with the last dart though.
90.
Can Warby get within 1? Tops.
Giving 3.
Fabulous. Nice
Sorry, mate,
recovery.
I've got half a cup.
Doubling in this game since the first leg has
100.
been very, very handy indeed. You have to say the
60.
decreasing nature of the average for Warby from 101 to 84 from his last match to this
97.
one has made things very difficult for him to top the table. Regardless of what he does, he is posting the target.
99.
All of a sudden, it's becoming very workmanlike. The game becomes very difficult at this part, and this is the leg.
60.
This is the complexity leg, as I like to call it, in best of 9, the 6th leg. When it's 3-2, someone can be 4-2 up, or it could be level.
43.
That is a cling-on shot there from Warburton. That last start 60 was vital. Just to stay with Stephen.
100.
He gets a last start ton himself. It's all about where Mike positions himself from here, and he has to find that treble.
Oh. 27.
At least he had the awareness to go down to the 19 with the last start.
47.
I was talking earlier about legs where nothing happens, and then all of a sudden you leave 170 and it gets pinged. He couldn't possibly, could he? He can't.
45.
Surely Stephen Burton is going within one of the victory here.
46.
2 misses on the inside, and Warby has the invitation to the bullseye. Out a bull for 25, and does not get a shot at tops.
65.
Stephen just wants this one in the green. No messing.
5.
Oh, well, he went for it. 2 cagey darts to start. Didn't want to bust it. It could be a level game. Oh no. 2 kg himself on tops. Just goes to show how important this leg is. where they've both underperformed.
In 3.
And Burton has snagged it. That is a dagger to the heart of Warby, who at the very best now can only equalise the leg difference of KOLTSOV. He now needs
180.
KOLTSOV to lose his last match if he has any hope at all.
46.
Perfect start to the charge that he needs. Needs all 3 legs.
60.
You'll be wondering where things have gone wrong. His average has come down by 22 from the last match.
100.
Stephen just doing what he does best. He's just plodding along, doing his thing, not giving anything away. And his averages today have been very similar. His last win was an 84 average. This is an 83, but he did play very, very well against B.KOLTSOV, averaging 97 and lost the game. This is why we talk about
140.
averages lying to you. He's averaged 97 and lost, but won with an 84 and can win here with an 83. Can Stephen get within range?
65.
Bare minimum, really, as Warby looks at 419s or 420s. Doesn't get either. And this will be some way to finish the match off. We fancied it. Just looked at his face there when he missed that 60. He's laid up perfectly, but he did fancy that one. It's now or never.
Give him 2.
It is now. That's a great check out, considering the up and down nature of the scoring in that leg from the Welshman. A great find.
100.
Still needs to find the next 2 to have any hope today. If he doesn't win the league today, he will rue the chances that he's missed.
100.
57.
I like the way that Stephen Burton uses the board. Always looks at the 17 switch, because the single and the treble leave favourable numbers at the end of the score.
41.
He's someone who knows
Come on.
what to do and what not to do. I think he's a very intelligent counter.
58.
And the best thing about my job of calling these games is I get to educate myself about how these players utilise the dartboard, see what their strengths and weaknesses are.
41.
And I don't think Stephen Burton has one counting flaw in his armoury.
100.
Steady away, just plucking that score down. Needs the lot.
140.
Still advantage Burton. What a visit.
145.
What a visit that is. Huge. He will get match darts. You have to question whether Boris winning 5-0 against Mitchell, did that make this task for Warburton just too much? Double 16, and Stephen Burton is still alive himself for today's title with a second win from 3. Warburton's chances may have gone. As we go forward, it's Scott Mitchell who returns against K.BARRY next. We'll see what happens in that one in a few minutes' time. back to the action, and we're going to take a little break away from who is going to top the table, because we know that both K.BARRY and Scott Mitchell will not be troubling the top of the table today.
I'm sorry.
K.BARRY's best can get him to 4 points, which isn't sufficient to topple M.WARBURTON or B.KOLTSOV. And even though Mitchell can still win his 3 remaining games, it's very unlikely that he's going to get anywhere close to those 2 previous that I mentioned. So the pressure's off these guys. So maybe they can perform at their best here and just have a beaut, like Scott Mitchell has just mentioned.
100.
I do like it when Scott Mitchell says that to you. Have a beaut. Sounds very Australian. It's probably good that all of our players are in Western Europe, or in Boris's case, Eastern Europe. Imagine the time difference if one of the players was in Australia or even New Zealand. You know, one guy down in New Zealand, Haupaipoa, has been playing a lot of online darts through the COVID-19 pandemic. Haupaipoa, who's played a World Cup for New Zealand, is a great player, and I'm sure we'll see him at World Championships in the future.
60.
I'm pretty sure, though, that we're going to see these guys at PDC World Championships in the future as well. I would love to see Scott Mitchell at Ali Pali,
43.
just to gauge what he thinks of it compared to the likes of Lakeside and Indigo at the O2, which he graced back in January, a venue where Keane won his World Youth Championship over Leighton Bennett. It was fascinating to see the reaction of Glenn Durrant after 3 victorious trips to Lakeside, and then he goes to Alexander Palace and finds the going good there as well.
29.
But right now, Scott is looking for double 12. 2 sixes. And
69.
his doubling today has let him down. Hasn't been one of Keane's best days today, but you get the feeling that a day like today will motivate him to play even better on Thursday, as Mitchell finds the Ashdown double at the bottom of the board to take a 1-0 lead. Look at the averages for both of these guys today. You're not surprised to see him towards the foot of the table. It hasn't been a great day for them, but there's plenty of room to improve on Thursday and Saturday.
42.
I've always said if any sport you were winning all the time, it would become very boring and the winning feeling would be lost. One of the reasons why the winning feeling is so good is because we know what it's like to lose.
$100.
And one of my mentors growing up, Graham Stoddart, used to say to me, you've got to learn to lose before you can learn to win. Never a truer word spoken. There's been a lot of ones today for Mitchell,
61.
but he has recovered very well there. It's a superb dart from K.BARRY. He could barely see that 60. That's a nice leave. 2 players who played the opposite ends of the spectrum. One very deliberate,
100.
the other, well, just very, very fast and very accurate.
100.
Oof, that one came out very low.
$124.
Keen can't afford to mess around on this double 10
Game 1.
and does not. That's a nice positive shot. Because if there's one thing you want to do on double 10, it's steer clear of that double 15. You can see that that shot from Keen hit the top quarter of that double 10. If
85.
for whatever reason it came out of his hand a little bit early, it would hit double 6 and he'd still have a shot. If it comes out low and hits double 15, you might have 2 darts that you can't use.
100.
Wisdom beyond his years. You do wonder if the younger generation are aware of how lucky they are. Even 10 years ago, we couldn't have conceived of a system like the JDCB being so successful and bringing us talents like Leighton Bennett, like K.BARRY, like Nathan Kerr, amongst others.
140.
I sincerely hope in about 5 years' time we're talking that way about MAD, modern amateur darts, which is really starting to get people's attention. If you don't know anything about MAD and you want to know more about it and amateur darts, go to the Modern Amateur Darts website. Give it a glance.
96.
They're looking to franchise things into local regions called super regions. It's fabulous for the future of this game.
68.
Oh, Keen. Nice approach. Both on a double after 12. What a leg.
Game 1.
And Mitchell takes 1 dart to punctuate it. Very, very good. You just wonder
100.
if Keen is nursing a bit of an injury. He has got some tape on his arm. And that little shrugging of the right shoulder says that maybe he's not 100%.
100.
He hasn't played at 100% today by any stretch. And you don't want
91.
young dart players to be getting injuries at their age. But they do play a lot more darts than what young players were doing when I was 18, that's for sure. At a higher level, anyway.
140.
It's got to stay on the 20s.
100.
60 would have left 170. Going anywhere else on the board would have been a mistake. Even though the bed was blocked, he still had a chance of snagging a shot on that 60. Still has the darts in his favour.
58.
You can just sense in the voice of K.BARRY today that it's a bit of a deflating Tuesday. Might look at the bullseye now.
105.
Good plan. Leaves the 2 darter. Look at the despondent face of Keen there.
120.
Well, that's some setup, isn't it? Well played, young man. I love to see stuff like that. But he doesn't want to see the 96 go in.
Getting shot in
And
3.
it has. Brilliance from Keen to leave 32, but it is in vain as Mitchell makes his move. And that's why, right there, you go 25 and bull on 201. You get the 25 and bull to leave 96 or 71. You get the 2 darter as opposed to the guaranteed 3 darter.
100.
If you get the 60 or the treble 13 or even the treble 17 on 71, you get 2 darts, whereas at 101, you're going to have 1. So you're giving yourself more chances. And it's the likes of MVG and Jelle Klaassen and Vincent van der Voort and Peter Manley, who taught us about that tactic. And we all utilize it now. It's very, very valuable.
59.
If Keane is unable to get the win here, he could find himself at the bottom of the table,
60.
as Mitchell would equalise the points total of Keane and would have matches remaining. He will play 2 games in a row, one against Stephen Burton and then one against Wolfie to finish his campaign, to try and get the 6 points for the day, which will be very admirable considering how he started the day.
140.
But the next one, Wolfie against KOLTSOV, it's huge. Can KOLTSOV overtake Mike Warburton? Even a loss to Wolfie would see him have a better total. But if KOLTSOV wins against the 8 points, he may set a target that nobody else can catch. Speaking of not being able to catch,
140.
Keane hits a 140, but will that approach be in vain again? As Mitchell approaches the board for double 16. He's got it.
Game in 2.
He's double checking before he says anything. It's the right thing to do. He obviously couldn't see much of that double 16, but it was a pinpoint dart, and this is a really good improvement from Mitchell, who averaged 76,
96.
then 79, and this one is over 92. So it's taken him a little bit of time to get going today.
85.
Just a little bit of rust on the old arm. A few cobwebs, just needs to brush them off. And he might be a very big threat
42.
on Thursday and Saturday. I don't think he's going to catch Boris KOLTSOV or Martin Adams or potentially Stephen Burton today.
180.
Another maximum from Mitchell. He's making Keane feel very miserable.
92.
Even in this spot where he is being battered a little bit, he's still making good choices. Using the 18s there to leave the 270, which is
100.
a number which is easier to approach a finish with if he stays straight. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Just has not been his day. And Mitchell is taking advantage.
$42.
And his left and out shot is very similar to what he took earlier in the match. But this time he won't go for the 60 for the 2-darter. He'll go for the treble 18. Will he? Or will he go bull? Oh, he's got the bull. It's a beautiful dart. That's just as good. And he misses a match shot on double 16. Can Keane keep this contest going? 15 for bull. Not meant to be. And Mitchell has 3 match darts for 5-1. 2 fours.
Game in 3.
Job done. Mitchell gets his first 2 points of the day, and that confines K.BARRY to 2 points for his total. So now we go to Wolfie and we go to KOLTSOV. It's the biggest game of the day, and we will find out what the total is for the rest of the players after that one, which starts in just under 10 minutes. Welcome back to the middle part of our afternoon session. And Martin Adams will now play 3 of the next 4 matches.
All the best,
Does he
Martin.
need to win all 3 of
All the
these
best, Boris.
to get today's title? Well, that's a question we can mull over,
25.
but the biggest question right now concerns this man.
Bullseye.
It's his last
Have a good
game of the
game,
day.
Martin.
Yeah, Joe, all
And
the
if
best,
he
pal.
wins this game by 5 legs to 0 or 5 legs to 1, he cannot be caught.
100.
If he wins the game by another scoreline, then we have to keep playing to see what happens in the race to catch him. Let's just sit back and enjoy it, shall we?
140.
Because let's face it, it's Martin Adams versus Boris Koltsov, and it never disappoints.
177.
I told you it wouldn't disappoint. Ton 177 start from the Russian, the Danger Man. Boris the Bullet Dodger. You can call him whatever you want, as
140.
long as he's about a 4-hour flight away. He's a very nice guy, really. But on the dartboard,
60.
he's a bit of a demon.
$140.
Tremendous leg of darts from Martin Adams to start this match. And he might not get a shot. He will now.
92.
Boris really scared that 164 after that first dart was plumbing the top half of that 57. It's a good miss. 20 for tops.
Game
Oh,
in 3.
Martin. What a 12 dart break that is. That's a signal of intent to the Russian. And Martin Adams has, on many occasions, chased down a total and a leg difference late in the day to
45.
bag more success to add to that illustrious career that he's already painted for himself.
57.
What legends of the game actually do when they're not playing darts. I recently had a conversation with Nanette Beaton, Steve's wife, about some of the things that he does away from the game. Go cycling on the Norfolk Broads. They like to go to the local beaches for long walks.
45.
What an idyllic life it must be. Well, let's face it, Steve Beaton has earned doing some of those things. You wonder what Martin Adams does in his spare time
46.
away from this great game that he has spearheaded for many, many years.
60.
Boris is a young father, of course, spends a lot of time probably not sleeping. Well, Boris is great company. I've had the privilege of being in the same management stable as him for a few years, and I've known him since
58.
before those times. He's a very funny individual. And someone who introduced me to Boris actually gave me a Russian doll as a souvenir many World Cups ago, and I still have that doll in my office. I treasure things like that that remind me of things from the past.
57.
But Boris is not treasuring this leg. You get the feeling that 81 checkout in the first leg for Martin has hurt the Russian. That's a good rescue job there from Martin Adams, because the
82.
one thing he couldn't hit there on 102 was he did hit it, but he's left double 10. And Boris has languished.
60.
18 darts thrown in this leg and no score of above 60.
No score.
Can he take the 164 out of nowhere? Well, same as the last leg. He gets the
92.
first one, then he gets the single, and the single 16, exactly the same shot. Uh-oh, double 7.
6.
That is a disaster for Martin. And look at Boris's face. It's Christmas. Tops. And the almighty steal does not take place.
Game in 1.
But double 7 does take place right there in what has to be said was a forgettable leg. But from a memorable sense, it puts
140.
Martin Adams 2 legs to 0 up. And we know now that Boris Koltsov cannot win the league in this game alone. He needed the 5-0 or the 5-1 to wrap up today's title without knowing what happens after this in the 3 games to
65.
remain in today's action. Now, his job is to just win the match. Brush off the challenge of Mike Warburton and potentially
100.
that of Martin Adams for a little while. Goes to. There are many players who can win today's title, and that's exactly what we thought was going to
60.
happen when we started at 10:30 this morning, British time.
$85.
It's been an erratic day for Boris. He has played some good stuff, but I think a few of these players being a little rusty has made today very unpredictable. Averages of 94 in
55.
beating Mike Warburton, then an 87 in a loss to K.BARRY, which has hurt his chances today. Let's not mistake
59.
that. And a 94 in beating Stephen Burton. And only 82 when he beat Scott Mitchell 5 legs to 0.
99.
Can Boris get off the mark with this 92? Double.
56.
It's just not working on the outer ring. One shot. Double 16.
Game in 3.
It's right in the middle. If that was a tortilla chip, that dart, it was right in the middle of the guacamole. What a shot that was from Martin Adams. 3-0 up. And Boris Koltsov heart just imploding right now.
140.
We've already seen Mike Warburton in a game with Stephen Burton, where if he won that game, he was in a hugely advantageous position.
140.
He loses to Stephen and then hands the advantage to Boris to get the job done. But now Boris is the one that's faltering.
43.
Just goes to show you can never write off Martin Adams. But 116 for a lot of that match.
100.
He's not stopped in his quest. Even in that match with Warby, he was constantly pulling at his coattails, saying, I'm not going away.
60.
And we just don't know. The 3 legs that he won in that match that he lost, they could be vital legs that he won.
60.
140.
Boris is second to a finish, but has the much easier out. And you will get a look at it now.
44.
Well, not the best visit from the England captain. As Boris does not get a shot at double 12. And if Martin takes this 1-1-4, you will see Boris's chin drop. Oh, wrong treble.
42.
Oh, he got the single 4. I thought that was in the treble 4. But Boris does get a shot at double
In 3.
and is off the mark. That is a break of throw. You see, he's pursing his lips a little bit, just trying to exhale slowly. That's a breathing exercise
3-4.
when you're feeling a little bit edgy. The worst thing you can do when you're feeling nervous or anxious in sport. The worst thing you can do in most professional sports is hold your breath.
38.
But then again, you won't find many dart players who breathe in and out as they throw darts. They will probably hold their breath for all 3 darts and then have an exhalation after. Goes back to that old tactic of Eric Bristow's against Rod Harrington. What do you do when you're throwing your darts? Do you hold your breath? Do you breathe in? Do you breathe out? And it got Rod thinking, and he was thinking too much, and Eric beat him. It's a very famous story.
100.
Advantage KOLTSOV in leg 5. He
87.
changed his mind. He was going to stay upstairs. And then he went to the 19s at the last second. Oh, how he is
54.
brewing that change of mind now, because he went into the 7 and now he's got a really difficult shot. But it's still possible. Oh boy, what a dart that is for double 8.
Game in 3.
That is the best finish of the day from Martin Adams. We've had a bigger one of 144, but that, in the grand scheme of things, is better. How many times has he hit that shot in his career? That will be like a dagger to the right arm of Boris right now.
100.
100.
If Martin Adams holds his throw in this leg and beats Boris KOLTSOV 5 legs to 1, KOLTSOV is guaranteed to finish below Mike Warburton in the league.
180.
It's looking more likely after that maximum. This was not on Boris's mind
125.
when he was beating Scott Mitchell 5 legs to 0. He thought he was putting himself in the best possible position. Make no mistake, he was in position to win the title today in this game, but Martin Adams has just been too good. The average
100.
does not reflect that. But the timing of some of the shots does.
100.
And Boris knows the writing is possibly on the wall. Have to go 19s now.
Some
That's a
79.
good switch. He will come back for 10 and double 16 after Boris's next 3 darts. And in every likelihood, Boris will not throw another competitive dart today in the Icons of Darts Live League. As Martin goes for 5-1 at 32.
26.
Oh, he misses. Still swimming, Boris. Still swimming. Tops to stay alive.
In 3.
Oh, wonderful. That's what we wanted to see. This game is not done yet. 2 match shots missed from the Wolf. And the Viking is still screaming. Who's to say that he can't reel off 3
4.
magical legs in a row and keep his league alive? But that start does not help him.
95.
I'd love to see shots like that 116. Sheer darting defiance.
100.
Even Martin Adams will have nodded his head on that shot.
180.
But he has been the best hitter of maximums today, Martin Adams.
140.
And he has stolen the throw via that maximum. Great second dart. Use of the lie. Perfect.
100.
That 126 will come his way. 177.
140.
Oh, he went for the 180. Cheeky. 57 would have left tops. Maybe he just knew that this was going to go.
Game in 3.
Oh, Martin, that's
Nice.
classic.
Well done, Martin.
Classic Martin Adams. He had a 136, which was massive in the context of the game, and the 126 knocks Boris off the top. So the plot will thicken in the next 3 games, and Martin Adams will play 2 of them. We're going to do our sums, and we will come back with the permutations and Mitchell versus Burton in a few moments' time. Welcome back to the action. And we've just done our sums, and it could not be tighter at the top of the table if we had tried to predict it this morning. Boris Koltsov is still top of the table, but for how long? He has beaten Mike Warburton to the top by the smallest of margins. Their head-to-head record. They have the same leg difference of +5. They have the same points, which is 6 points.
All the best, Scott.
But because Boris Koltsov beat Mike Warburton this morning, he is top of the table for now. We have 3 players left who are active.
99.
Scott Mitchell, this man Stephen Burton, and Martin Adams.
$80.
We will know a lot more about where Stephen Burton can position himself at the end of the day
43.
post this game. He's not out of it if he loses this match. But boy, does he want to win it. Because if he wins his next 2 games, Stephen Burton, he's going to be the man. And I think
121.
out of all of the players this morning that people were trying to tip or maybe place a little bet on, I don't think a lot of them were looking at Stephen Burton, because he was the only person in this entire field who has not won a daily title. He can change that in his next 2
58.
matches. First and foremost, he's got to stop Scott Mitchell, who is going in the right direction. A much improved display against K.BARRY in his last match with a 91 average.
100.
And Stephen has positioned himself very well after 15 in this first leg of the contest. His win against Mike Warburton is why Warby didn't make it to 8 points to win the league. So is he the chaser? Double 10.
72.
Oh, he's a double 6 instead of double 10. Scott unable to leave the finish from 218, gifting Stephen Burton the extra visit.
100.
Game in 2.
And he uses it to full effect. Not his best leg, but it is a foothold in the match, and you'd much rather win those legs than lose them. Just having a very interesting conversation with Scott Mitchell, which is very applicable for Stephen Burton as well.
140.
And that's about how many, if any, Challenge Tour events will take place in 2020.
100.
If you were to ask my opinion about that particular subject, I'll tell you what I told Scott. I think the PDC at some point in 2020 will put on a Challenge Tour weekend, which will have possibly 4 events, or possibly incorporate a Friday as well and put on 6 tournaments, and then have a Challenge Tour Order of Merit, which is severely depleted, but at least it's an Order of Merit for people to progress through towards the PDC World Championships, and the top 2 maybe going to the tour next year
59.
to bypass Q School. I think something will happen, but it obviously depends on what happens with the current situation
98.
in Europe and what the standpoints are of venues and what is allowed to be doing. You know, we don't know what's happening with Spain right now. We don't know what's happening with other countries. So we all just have to keep our ear to the floor and hope that things like the development tour and the Challenge Tour get up and running sooner rather than later. Scott now needs the 25. Oh, he's got the bullseye. The amount of times that we do that, it's so frustrating. Stephen for 2-0. Needs double 8.
Game in 3.
Oh, great shot. That's a much improved leg as well. 15 darter from Stephen Burton. And Bertie is bouncing right now.
$45.
It would be very interesting if Stephen Burton wins this match 5-2. Or even 5-3.
180.
Great maximum from Scott Mitchell there. Because if he wins 5 legs to 3, he will be on the same points
80.
and the same leg difference as 2 other players who have finished their day.
$95.
I'm very fortunate to have professional
140.
official Mark Walker helping me out with the statistics today. Someone who does it for a living at the top level. And we're all keeping a very close eye on the permutations of every match. And Mark tells me that Stephen Burton needs 3 legs from this match to keep his challenge
100.
alive. But he dearly wants to win. Oh, Scott double 12. Just a bit shovey on that last dart. It's a great effort for the 12 darter. Can Stephen get the 136?
128.
Oh, he's not able to do the Wolfie. We saw it in the last match from the England captain. And the miss from Stephen offers Scott the chance at double 6, which he takes to half the deficit. Scott can still get himself to 6 points as well
134.
if he was to win this match and the next against Wolfie. Based on the way that Scott played this morning, with 2 averages in the 70s, he must have thought that it was going to be a forgettable day. Well, he's fought back so well. And every game that you play in the view of the public, as a world champion, you have a responsibility to fight for every single shot. And that's what he's been doing, showing great integrity.
60.
And he's in position halfway through this 4th leg to even the score.
100.
$140.
Is Stephen making a bit of a push here to try and get his 3rd leg in the bank? Looking for 252 in 6. Now that Scott cannot take the 160.
100.
At some point in the day, you're going to have to do this. Oh, it was a great, great dart. One of the best darts he's thrown today for double 16.
80.
Tremendous effort. But now Scotty Dog has missed the single. Tops with 1 dart. Oh no. The 20 segment was repelling his darts. Unbelievable. And Stephen returns. Double 4.
Come on. 28.
And if you're going to win a daily title, that's what you can't afford to do at this time of the day. Just about gets the single 7. Oh, right in the corner of the 32 as well. I think it's fair to say the previous 5 darts that Scott Mitchell has thrown, not one of them were out the middle of the bat.
57.
But he has found himself to 2-2 anyway.
$59.
It's been a fascinating day for Stephen Burton. His best average of the day was his losing game. And then he has been working very hard since then just to get results. A 5-3 win over K.BARRY. He didn't have his best day today. And then a 5-3 win over M.WARBURTON, which very much kept this league alive. So he's done everybody else a favour. Now he's trying to do himself a favour.
45.
$94.
We've seen other players working so hard for so long, trying to get their first daily title. Just think about Keelan Kay, who will return to action tomorrow.
96.
Played for months without success, and then had that one day where he was not defeated, and it's meant so much to him. And he was a very different player yesterday as a result. He was much more comfortable with the challenge. And everybody in this field knows what it's like to win, apart from Stephen.
63.
Got to think that Burton will go for the bull to start this combination. 83. And he does not get a shot
60.
at a double. And Mitchell is just chipping away. And Stephen Burton here. It's not the highest quality match. But I thought he might have got that. And Burton is getting away with murder here.
Oh, Steve.
But he's missing too many key doubles.
8 left. 33.
He could be 4-1 up right now, Stephen Burton.
One. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry.
Well, Scott thought he had double 8. Now he needs another one. Double 4.
Sorry.
Oh, he's found it.
Sorry, Stephen.
Well, well, well. We've all been there. Always seems to be on double 16 that happens. You always think that you've hit it on the outside, when in fact, hit it on the inside, and you think, oh, I've still got double 16. Oh, I've hit it on the outside, and I thought, I've got double 8 now.
55.
Bit of a brain freeze.
$81.
When all is said and done, we're 5 legs in, and Stephen Burton has let a 2-leg gap slip. It is conceivable that he could be 4-1 ahead, and he would feel so different
60.
if that was the case. He'd feel a lot more relaxed. He'd feel like he's got lots of chances to get the game done, but now he's up against it, as Mitchell seems to be finding his feet a little bit more.
100.
Mitchell knows what it's like to play in really close,
81.
tense games. Just think about that final that he played with Wolfie at the Lakeside in 2015. If I want to go a little bit more recent, what about the game he had with Scott Waite at the O2 Indigo? What a game that was.
99.
Six starts from here. That's a great second dart.
100.
Good enough.
60.
We all know that Mitchell prefers tops, but he's not going to get a shot at it. Wow. Double 12.
Payment 2.
Another apology coming. Because that was not the plan.
132.
It's all gone the way of the dog in the last few legs. 4 legs on the spin.
60.
The beautiful thing about that 56 shot is that
125.
whether he hit the treble, the single, or the double, it left a favourable double. Just imagine if he'd have gone single 20
100.
and pitched it low, hit the 16, you bust a shot. That's why people go 16 for tops,
92.
especially when you're feeling a little bit edgy or a little bit rusty, which Scott has admitted that he has felt today.
100.
Steady away in this leg. Stephen has been better.
60.
He'll return for 92, and by our calculations, to keep his challenge going for today's title, if he gets a third leg, Stephen Burton, he will have a chance, no matter what happens from here.
Game of 3.
Fabulous. That's much better. And by getting that third leg, whether he wins this game or not, he still has a chance, mathematically, of winning today's title.
100.
How much he would love to put in a burst here and deny Mitchell the 2
135.
points. Mitchell, of course, is now mathematically out of the race for top spot. So the pressure is firmly on Stephen.
59.
$45.
Scoring just hasn't been there for Scott today. It's been real hard work.
44.
It has been for a lot of players, actually. We've only seen one ton plus average from M.WARBURTON, which could have been an Icon's record. He was hovering at 116 after the 4th leg. It came down to 101. It was very impressive for most of that match.
119.
I thoroughly think that the averages will be heightened over the course of the week, as a lot of these players get themselves back in ring shape.
27.
Great switch from Mitchell to leave 89. Well, 72 leaves 72.
88.
And it's 56 left for Stephen this time. It's a question of whether he gets a shot at it. He might not, because Mitchell's got 2.
Payment 2.
Wonderful finish to that match from Scott Mitchell. Well, things are very precarious as Stephen Burton is still alive after winning 3 legs there, but Mitchell takes the win 5 legs to 3. Mitchell stays on the board now to have one of the games that we always love to watch. It's Wolfie against the Scotty Dog, and it's coming right up. welcome back to what is now the penultimate game of today's action in what has been a fascinating league. With Scott Mitchell now playing his final game of the day, we know that he can't catch the leg difference of B.KOLTSOV and Mike Warburton. But the other two players, Stephen
outside.
Burton and Martin Adams, can.
That's one of them, isn't it?
So what kind of spoiler
25.
can Scott Mitchell be in this match against his old
Have a good
foe?
go, Scotty.
No problem, Alfred. We can only try.
You do, mate.
I
I'll do
say
my
old
best.
foe. They are foes. Two of the England captains, of course, from recent times. And both
100.
have worn that jacket with much pride. Maybe nobody more so than Martin Adams.
$85.
Martin Adams' situation is as follows. He has 4 points from 2 wins today. A 5-4 win over K.BARRY. And a 5-2 victory over B.KOLTSOV. His other game, he was a 5-3
60.
loser against Mike Warburton. So with 2 games remaining, the remaining 2 games of the day, he will look to get both of those wins and get to 8 points. If he does that, he is today's champion. But if he was to lose this game by 5 legs to 3,
100.
things would get very complicated. And we're not going to talk too much about that. Because as it stands, Stephen Burton has the same points as Martin Adams. And if it was 5-3 to Mitchell in this game, they both have the same leg difference as well. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, folks.
140.
Everything will become apparent at the start of the next match. Single 16 missed. He thought for a second that he had just got it.
36.
Can Martin Adams get the single 16 on top of the 60 for tops? He hit a 116 earlier and it was huge. Different route this time.
80.
Not the same result. Mitchell needs tops.
2.
Beautiful.
Shut up.
17 dot hold. And it was that double that really was the saver for Mitchell in their 2015 Lakeside final. How good was Mitchell on tops
57.
in that game, in that tournament? I have to say, I was as impressed by his accuracy at the top double
100.
as I was with Tony David in 2002 against Mervyn King. Tony David at tops back then. It was inevitable. But I was just as impressed with Mitchell
180.
5 years ago. As Martin gets himself on the maximum train. Scott almost joins him. But the 140 is good enough to almost equalise the score. Just a difference of 3 points between these two players in leg 2.
62.
That's a slip there from Martin, especially after getting the 60 with the first start.
100.
Mitchell has improved as the day has gone on. First 2 games, quite forgettable. But then, better performances, slightly better averages.
140.
And even when you're not playing your best darts, you still have to grind. And he has done very well at that this afternoon. he has ensured with his previous win over Stephen Burton that K.BARRY will be bottom of the table after today's league.
Oh, my life.
Oh, Martin, that one must have slipped out of the hand. That one's miles away from the single 20.
30.
Laughs it off, as he should. Can't do anything about it now. Oh, Mitchell went for the 60. That's 76 and a blocked bed. I'm surprised. He had lots of other options. Treble 12, two double 19s, double 18 tops.
Game in 2.
Martin takes door number 2 and hits double 8 to level at 1-all after 2. This is one of those games that I could watch all day long. They just complement each other, their rhythms, their pace, their temperaments. That's
60.
why it made such a great Lakeside final. The fact that they're two England captains as well just adds an extra bit of chutzpah to the mix. And as for their careers right now, there are some big question marks next to both. Scott, of course, who's clamouring for Challenge Tour weekends
85.
and for tournaments to return, but I think there are bigger question marks as to where Martin Adams is going to play in the coming 18 months, because he's showing no signs of stopping.
85.
Only he can answer that question, because we've asked him till we're blue in the face and he's not going to answer to us. My opinion is, wherever he wants to play it, it's
60.
entirely his choice. He can do whatever he wants. He deserves to do what he wants. He's done enough for this game. But I would dearly love to see him in the Grand Slam again. When he was gracing that Wolverhampton stage, it was absolutely fabulous. And the respect he was afforded by the crowd, I think, was so fair. Almost like the
60.
PDC crowds have been starved of Wolfie for the best part of 20 years. And when they finally got a taste of him, they'd wanted more.
55.
Can Martin leave a finish from here? Needs that 60 to do so.
60.
And Scott has breathing room in leg number 3 and takes a big breath. There's the 3.
43.
Somewhat cautious effort at tops there, maybe, but maybe the 2 singles in mind, knowing that Martin is not on a finish. I don't mind that approach, because what it does is it shows
100.
that Scott is very confident on his return. And there you have it.
Shut up.
That's why he did it. That's why he hit the 2 singles.
I didn't even get a line.
Banter between the players. And that's something that you do see rarely when competitive darts
100.
is happening in venues. Sometimes you do get an occasion where something happens and there's a bit of banter afforded. But mostly it's head down, get the job done.
Yeah.
I sincerely remember playing Ricky Evans once, and
100.
I'd missed double 18 for a 9 darter, and I didn't get another dart in the leg. And all I was doing was laughing, almost bent over thinking, what have I got to do to beat you?
100.
Sometimes you have to laugh, otherwise you'll cry.
180.
No laughing matter here, though. This is a great response from Wolfie. Too strong in this leg. The man from Cambridgeshire. Such a beautiful county. Is he going to go for it?
96.
He did. Just fancied it, I think. Huge lead. And thought, why not? As long as he doesn't mess up the 25,
33.
I'll say he did the right thing. 88 for a level game.
Game in 2.
It is a level game, and he did do the right thing.
Thank you, sir.
Lots of respect between these two. And it does beg the question, doesn't it? Because of the politics within the game right now, where you have two England captains. What is the future of the international circuit? I think we have
60.
to ask the representatives at the WDF. See what happens with things like World Cups, Europe Cups, home internationals, things like that. All these things that have been missed this year.
'83.
And you wonder who would potentially take the armband if it's not being worn by the likes of Mitchell or Martin Adams. Because Adams has been carrying that armband for many, many, many years. Seems like only great players get the privilege of being the England captain.
100.
Tremendous first start there from Scotty Dog. I would go 18s here.
100.
Just to even the score up. And if you leave 44, you leave 44. But you wanted to try and be aggressive and try and leave the 38. But he fails to do so. Oh, and Martin can't leave a finish now.
45.
He knows he can't. And Scott has plenty of time to regain the lead. Tops again.
Game in 3.
Fabulously done.
Shot, Scotty.
Just so good at tops.
That's
Doesn't make many mistakes up there, the tall man from Dorset. Things are getting very interesting in this game.
140.
And we know that in order to keep things going to the very end, Martin Adams needs a minimum of 3 legs in this contest. We're looking at possibly the
41.
tightest Icons of Darts Live League that we've had in 4 months. It's very strange that we had one of the tightest yesterday. We've got one of the tightest days today. It's going to be one of those weeks.
100.
No one's going to dominate. One thing Martin does know, if he's keeping a tally, of course,
84.
there are players who don't like to know the permutations. They like to just play the game and do their best with every dart. I'm one of those ones. Martin probably knows that winning this game and the next will be enough. Okay, Mitchell pressure. Surely needs another treble.
100.
Only gets the 1. Double 10. Big shot, double 5.
Oh my God. No
Oh,
score.
no. Oh no. He's gone all the way back to 80 after busting the score. Can Mitchell make him pay? He can't. And now that bust shot hurts Martin. Doesn't come back for a double, but what a dart that is.
Game in 2.
What a conversion. Great experience and great graft.
No, I didn't fancy that.
He has got the 3 legs he requires,
It was like a wide in cricket. I tell you.
minimum, to keep this challenge going. But boy, that 80 was classy. Try and do that in a game situation, in this situation, to then have to come back to hit the same shot that you've bust before, just goes to show the class of Martin Adams. Wow. Every time Scott Mitchell throws
60.
first, he seems to find a 140. Mitchell is determined to finish this day on 6 points after a nightmare start. He won 1 leg in his first 2 matches. And if he wins 2 more in this
95.
match, he will finish the day on 6 points. He will remain in the minus column of the leg difference and will not trouble the top of the table. But to get to 6 points after that start would be some achievement.
$100.
The thing that we need to take notice of really is the fact that Martin Adams is in trouble here. With every leg loss, Martin Adams' job to top the table gets even more difficult.
$95.
I don't think that's enough, as Mitchell goes back to old favourite and doesn't make a mistake. 13 darter is the best we've seen in this match. And if Adams wants 8 points to take the league away from everybody, he needs to win the next 2 legs here and 5 in the next match. He's not
60.
out of it by any means. But if he loses this one 5 legs to 3, or even 5 legs to 4, his job against Stephen Burton is very, very difficult. He'd have to win and win big. Having said that, he has done that before. I know all too well, at least I do now, I didn't know at the time, that Martin needed to beat me
60.
5 legs to 0 to win a daily title by 1 leg. And he did.
$180.
Wow. Great stuff from Mitchell. If Mitchell wins this leg, Stephen Burton and Martin Adams will be on the same points and the same leg difference going into the final game of the day.
140.
I think this is a must-win leg for Martin Adams. I really do. He can't go into the last match of the day the same as Stephen Burton. He needs to have a cushion.
$60.
It just hasn't happened. An 87 average, which is 4 less than Scott in this match, just hasn't been able to break him. This is the first time that Adams's throw is under massive threat. Oh, look at this. What timing.
135.
Great 1-3-5 approach, but he has to cross his fingers and hope that Mitchell misses this 82. Bullseye for the match. Oh, it's a good miss if he gets another shot in this match. Or in this leg even. But it's double 16 for Wolfie.
Game in 2.
Oh, he's got it to keep it alive. And the most important thing about that, not just keeping the match alive, but now he has the chance to get 2 more points in this match. He wins this leg, Wolfie. And it's not about leg difference against Stephen Burton. It's about the points and the points only.
$140.
This game has been about holds of throw all the way through. There have been some 5-4s today. K.BARRY beat B.KOLTSOV 5 legs to 4 this morning. Then Barry was beaten 5-4 by Wolfie. Since
59.
then, no game has gone the distance until now.
55.
Well, he has a lead, Mitchell, here, but it's not much. And Adams is not going to leave a finish. The old school approach from 302.
60.
Still advantage Mitchell after 9, halfway through this leg. Only 49, and Martin Adams is getting a chance. He would dearly love a 140 here. Oh, he didn't want that.
28.
Oh, it's a disaster. They've got a level score. And Mitchell is having this score for breakfast.
34.
Martin needs something similar. He might get something better. Oh, what a visit.
180.
Oh, Wolfie's got the maximum. Has Mitchell got a 25 and bull in him? It's the bullseye. Oh, he's missed it again.
36.
2 match darts missed, and both of them at the bullseye. Adams left double 17. It's for 2 points. Oh, and it's way over the top.
18.
He'll be praying that he gets another visit. But Mitchell's got 2 on the outer ring now. It's not a good dart. But that one is. And now it goes to the wire with Burton and Adams in the last game of the day. And Mitchell has just got himself to 6 points to finish his day. We are going to go and get our calculators out to try and figure out what needs to happen in this last match. But Warburton and KOLTSOV will definitely be watching this last match with us. It's going to the wire. It's been a great day, but we've got 1 match left. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the final game of today's play in what can only be described as the closest Icons of Darts Live League day that we've ever had. And it goes down to the wire right now with 3 players still able to win today's league.
Okay.
Actually, that's 2. That's my bad. We're talking about many, many different permutations, but for the second day in a row, we are going to have a winner on 6 points.
Outside.
Of all the days I've commentated and all the days that I've played, we have never had a winner on
It's
6 points.
Soulseye.
But we are getting it for 2 days in a row.
Thank you.
We're
All the best,
spoiling
mate.
you.
And you
So
make
as Martin starts this match off, hold your breath and I'll walk you through the permutations. If Stephen Burton was to win this match 5-0, Boris
83.
KOLTSOV will win today's league and Stephen will finish second on the head-to-head record. If Stephen was to win 5-1, 5-2, 5-3 or 5-4, Boris will still win the league, but Mike Warburton will come second. On the other side of the coin, if Martin wins
140.
5-0 or 5-1, he wins today's title and Boris will be second. Then if Martin wins 5-2, 5-3 or 5-4, Boris will be first and Mike will be second. So it's been a very complex day. And you just wonder what is left in the tank.
100.
It would have been very, very simple for Martin Adams
80.
if he'd have got the 2 points over Scott Mitchell. But he lost that one 5 legs to 4. And now he has to win big
138.
and bridge that very big gap to the 2 players from earlier.
140.
Martin's done fabulously to leave 40 after 12 here
Game in 1.
and makes no mistake. And that means that Stephen Burton cannot finish in the top 2. So that's one permutation gone.
140.
That's a shame for Stephen because he has played an improved day today. He's worked very hard. And I'm sure throughout the course of this week, he will continue to be a threat.
100.
It has been one of those fingernail biting days from the very first leg. The first leg of the day where Mike Warburton took out a 1-4-4.
$83.
Remember, Martin Adams, if he wants to win, can lose only 1 leg in this match.
140.
$44.
Stephen Burton is making sure
100.
that Martin is back against the wall from here because he's played much better in the second leg.
$100.
Not leaving a finish means that Stephen has 6 from here.
48.
If only Martin could have left something around 124 or less, he would have had a chance.
100.
He may still have a chance if Stephen stutters on double 8.
12.
But he does miss 3. And Martin can steal this one away. Oh, what a dart. 2 at double 16. Big dot at double 8. Oh, it's missed.
58.
The chance to keep Stephen on 0 has gone. He's found double one. And now Martin needs to go 4 perfect if he wants to win today's title. You get the feeling that he might know that.
100.
He'd be a lot more informed than I would be as a player.
85.
I would have absolutely no idea about the permutations if I was in Martin's situation right now. All I'd want to do is win the game.
60.
But when you look at those 2 bonus chances at double 16, you think chance missed.
96.
It's amazing how the different scenarios start to wilt away, leg on leg. We now know that Stephen
100.
can't finish second. We now know that Martin has to win every leg to finish top. The things that can come around with round robin format. Mind-boggling stuff. The man in the box seat right now is B.KOLTSOV,
96.
who finished a little while ago with a 5-2 defeat to Martin Adams, probably thinking that his day was done. But in fact, as it stands, he's the favourite for today's title.
$60.
Well, there's the 5, added to
70.
60. And another 5. And those 5s have crept in today to Stephen's game, just yanking those a little bit to the left. Martin has a shot at the ball for 2-1. Well, it's a good lead
49.
for 36, but that wasn't the plan. 16 for Bull. Double 9.
73.
Oh, that is so close. You would have thought when he threw that dart it was in.
Game in 2.
That one is. 3 more to go for Martin Adams to win today's top spot.
100.
Stephen Burton was 2 millimeters away from stopping Martin doing that. What Martin has to do from here is power score and stop
60.
Stephen Burton from getting chances at doubles.
140.
Easier said than done when Stephen is finding that treble 20 with regularity now.
$121.
Martin's not doing a bad job either, but he is well behind now after that first start of Stephen.
131.
Very good leg. Martin may need the lot here,
100.
and only a ton means he needs to hope that Stephen has trouble on doubles.
98.
And sensibly, Stephen Burton goes for the 18 to lead 32. And one of the 3 shots that he has
100.
will stop Martin from winning today.
$24.
3 misses. And Adams is 100 away from getting to 3-1. But he's missed the treble by quite
78.
some distance. And surely Stephen Burton's not going to miss double 4.
In 3.
Double 1 does it again. Twice in this match. He's got to 2-all, and that means Martin Adams can no longer win today's top spot. That does mean that Boris Koltsov
100.
is the man.
44.
It's very strange to find someone topping the table on 6 points. It's been so tight today.
121.
But what we are going to have is 4 players on 6 points today. Quite incredible. 1 person on 4 points and 1 person on 2 points. All of the points have been spread out like margarine on toast today.
180.
Boris is your champion for Monday, and Mike Warburton is your second place runner-up. And the only reason that Mike Warburton is second as opposed to first
Game
is
2.
because Boris won 1 more leg. You could say it's because of their head-to-head record, but if Warburton had won 1 more leg today, he would have been the champion. That's what makes this format so exciting. And the day is not done yet as Martin tries to get himself
45.
the extra 2 points, which will solidify 3rd spot for him. Let's not forget that 100 checkout he's just had to get to 3-2. That was very accomplished.
140.
But Stephen has played his part today.
98.
Been a very good leg from him as well. 124 after 9. Very tidy.
100.
84.
Not able to get the treble 8 for tops. But no harm, no foul. As he waits to see what kind of pressure is applied by Wolfie.
60.
Not a great deal. 10s for Stephen.
30.
On the upward doubles, he's had a nightmare in this match. It has to be said. He's missed 16s, 8s, 4s and 2s. The only double that's been successful for 1. Quite bizarre.
60.
Well, surely you should go 8-1-1 here.
10 and 2.
Well, it's the same height as double 1. It's just the mirror image of it. And obviously the height and the colour definitely suit Stephen's eye as he draws level at 3-3.
$140.
96.
Essentially, these two guys are playing for 3rd spot now. Stephen Burton gets 1 more leg, he will be assured of 4th. 2 more and he will get 3rd.
96.
It's been that tight today. I don't think I'm going to forget this day for quite some time. So it's up to some very capable players
100.
tomorrow to follow this action. The likes of Diogo Portela, Fallon Sherrick.
99.
They will return tomorrow. Keelan Kay will have another crack tomorrow as well.
180.
Oh, that's a great visit from Martin Adams to set up double 19. There's been some quality in this match.
60.
Straightforward double 19. Absolutely. He thought it was in. I did for a millisecond. Slight shift to the left. It's just on the wrong side this time.
22.
You get the feeling a little bit of the stuffing has been knocked out of Martin Adams now. He probably knows that he can't win
28.
today's title. He does want the 2 points anyway. 2-8. Getting very close.
No score.
Not close enough. Trouble for bullseye.
48.
Not to be for birdie. Want to be the leg win for Wolfie. They both had a bit of a mare on the doubles at points in this
8.
game. And the adrenaline of this contest seems to have dissipated a little bit as Bertie goes for 16 and tops
Game and through.
and finds it
Shots.
somewhat stellar 74 out there. But he did steal it.
$100.
Stephen Burton now assured of 4th position in the table, but one more leg and he will get 3rd, which would equal his best.
83.
$140.
If Stephen was to get another leg in the bank and finish 3rd, it would be a good confidence boost for him going into Thursday's play. And he will start the proceedings with Martin Adams on
85.
Thursday morning at 10:30.
$171.
Oh, another great visit there from Stephen. He does like to switch off the 2 treble 20s and try and create different
180.
types of scores. But Martin is the epitome of consistency.
32. 58.
Look at that, ton 140, 171, 58 to set up 32 to beat Martin Adams. And now that the 153 can't go,
66.
it's all about what Stephen does here. For 3rd spot, he needs 32.
32 and 2.
Now he gets it. Stephen Burton has
Shot
beaten
Stephen.
Martin Adams 5 legs to 3 to end what's been a fabulous day of darts. Many congratulations to Boris Koltsov for winning top. Warburton for only just missing out on that by the finest of margins, but it's been a wonderful day of darts. We hope you can join us tomorrow from 10:30 in the morning, British time, for more darts action from the Icons of Darts Live League. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you to MODUS Sports for having us. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a fun evening.